All right. Good evening, residents of Everett, Washington. I'd like to call to order the Everett City Council meeting of May 3rd, 2023. The City Council meets all requirements of the State of Washington Open Public Meetings Act. Community members are welcome to join either in person, remote via Zoom, or by calling in. For those who wish to participate in a future meeting by Zoom, you'll find instructions to register for public comment on the City of Everett website under the City Council Department. Please note, we do not allow comments on any kind of campaigning, whether for or against ballot measures or candidates running for office. We also do not accept comments focused on personal matters that are unrelated to city business. Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mayor Franklin.
Here.
Councilmember Zarlingo.
Here.
Councilmember Ryan.
Here.
Councilmember Tui.
Here.
Councilmember Fossey.
Here.
Councilmember Schwab.
Here.
Councilmember Vogely.
Here.
President Stone Cipher.
Here. I'd like to ask Councilmember Zarlingo, would you please lead us in the flag salute? Thank you. And Councilmember Vogely, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
Happily. The City Council wishes to acknowledge the original inhabitants of this place, the Shahoksh people and their successors, the Tulalip tribes. Since time immemorial, they have hunted, fished, gathered on, and taken care of these lands and waters. We respect their sovereignty, their right to self-determination, and honor their sacred spiritual connection with the land and water. We will strive to be honest about our past mistakes and bring about a future that includes their people, stories, and voices to form a more just and equitable society.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes of the April 26th meeting?
Councilmember Ryan moves approval.
Seconded.
Thank you. A motion and a second to approve the minutes. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Zarlingo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Councilmember Tui.
Yes.
Councilmember Fossey.
Abstain.
Councilmember Schwab.
Yes.
Councilmember Vogely.
Yes.
President Stone Cipher.
Yes. Before I ask the mayor if she has any comments, I'd like to notify those who are watching the meeting and those who are here that we moved the budget briefing that was on tonight's agenda to next week's agenda, May 10th. So if anybody was here just hankering to talk about our budget, you might want to excuse yourself. And with that, good evening, Mayor Franklin.
Good evening, Council President, Council members. So May is Jewish American Heritage Month, a time to celebrate and recognize the contributions and achievements of Jewish Americans. And I'll be sharing a proclamation to honor this, but first I'd like to introduce a special guest. I'm honored to have Rabbi Rachel Court from Temple Beth Or joining us tonight. In the Jewish faith, a rabbi is not only a spiritual leader, but also a counselor, a role model, and an educator. Temple Beth Or serves families and individuals from the greater Snohomish Island, Skagit, and North King County Jewish community. And I'd like to invite Rabbi Ford to say a few words.
Mayor Franklin and council and all of my Everett neighbors, it's just such a pleasure to be here with you this evening on the most beautiful Pacific Northwest evening. It's amazing to be a Jewish leader in the city of Everett. Our community has been an integral part of the city of Everett for probably longer than you might know. Our synagogue building was built in 1913 as a synagogue. And according to the Washington State Jewish Historical Society, we are the longest single-use, continual-use religious building in all of Washington State. Our Jewish community in Everett and across the United States is incredibly diverse. Sometimes folks ask me the question, but Rabbi, I didn't expect a rabbi to look like you. 50% of rabbis serving in the United States are women. Jews in Everett and across America identify all across the political spectrum. We show our Jewish pride through participation in synagogue and religious life, but many Jews, that's not their flavor. Some Jews engage their Jewish values in activism. Some Jews engage their Jewishness by connecting to the state of Israel, again representing the vastness of diversity when it comes to our relationship, both left of center and right of center. And some Jewish folks are born into Jewish families. Some Jewish folks choose to be Jewish. We are not all white people. 5% of the American Jewish community identifies as people of color, as Jews of color. And similar to our One Everett campaign, right? I believe that there is so much beauty in celebrating diversity. Many folks know that our Jewish tradition is the founders of monotheism. And before Mayor Franklin reads this proclamation, I want to share an idea about monotheism that resonates with me and my Jewish community that I serve here in Everett. This is from Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, the late chief rabbi of the United Kingdom. The real miracle of monotheism is not that there is one God and therefore one truth and one way, but rather that unity above creates this beautiful diversity here on earth. Thank you all for helping celebrate American Jewish Heritage Month.
Thank you. That was beautiful. So I will read the proclamation. Whereas Jewish American Heritage Month is celebrated each May as an opportunity to honor generations of Jewish Americans and their contributions to American history, culture, and society, and Everett proudly embraces the great diversity among those who live, work, and visit our city. And Jewish people are an important part of the city's fabric, with members of Temple Beth Or in Everett contributing to our community in many ways. And we recognize the many different ways Jewish Americans connect to their Jewish identity, including culturally, religiously, ethnically, and by following Jewish values. And as we celebrate the rich history of the Jewish American community, we also must acknowledge the presence of anti-Semitism in our state. And in 2021, the Anti-Defamation League was notified of 45 anti-Semitic incidents throughout Washington state, which was the second most reported incidents of all time, behind the 50 that were reported in 2020. And the city of Everett stands firmly against anti-Semitism and condemns all forms of hate and bigotry. And we reaffirm our commitment to combating anti-Semitism wherever it exists and preserving the public safety, security, and well-being and equal treatment of our Jewish community members. And Everett is made stronger by the rich diversity in our community, and we are proud to celebrate our Jewish American community members this month. Now, therefore, I, Cassie Franklin, Mayor of the City of Everett, and on behalf of our City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2023 as Jewish American Heritage Month and urge the residents of our community to join us in celebrating Jewish American heritage and standing up against anti-Semitism and all other forms of hate impacting the Jewish community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Franklin.
Thank you for all you do to serve our community.
Oh my goodness, thank you.
So with that, I have no further comments. Just thank you very much for coming this evening, Rabbi.
Thank you. And welcome back, Angie. Nice to have you here. Do we have anyone signed up to speak this evening for public comment?
Thank you, President Brenda Stone-Cipher. Have quite a few comments, Zoom and in chambers, and then I have a big list of written comments where I'm going to read each person's name that submitted a written comment, and the topic, the item number that they're referring to. And I have forwarded all of these to council administration and the clerk to be part of the record. I tried to organize it where grouping it to different items, but it's just, I'm just gonna have to repeat myself on numbers. Okay, so Craig and Joy Johnson on items 11 and 12, Lisa Lefebvre on items 11 and 12, Sonia Bodge, noise cameras, which is a topic from Safety Committee, Lisa Hall, Item 12, Matthew Sweeney. Item 12, Louis Urbano. Item 12, Jim Haglund. Item 10, Ismail Mohammed. Item 6, Dylan Sluter. Item 6, Aaron Weber. Item 10, and also Fleming Bicycle Corridor Project. Jeffrey Temple, items 11 and 12. Jason Banker, items 11 and 12. Dr. Keely Coxon, item 11. Lisa Phillips, items 11 and 12. Amy and Carl Murray, item 11. Joey Farrick, items 11 and 12. Carol Jensen, item 12. Aaron Evans, item 12. Lou Jex, item 12. Talia Adams, items 11 and 12. Parker Suarez, item 11. Dr. Jane Turnbull, item 11. Tricia Janes, item 11. Kate Walden, item 12. Jill Marie Costello, items 11 and 12. Caleb Bryden, items 11 and 12. And Tanya Keenan, item 12. So we'll start with those who are on Zoom. And when I call your name, please state your full name, city of residence, and also unmute yourself, and then turn on your camera if you can. And you'll have 3 minutes to speak. And there are some that wish to wait for items 12.
Okay.
But there are a couple other ones I think they want to speak now. So David, is David on here? Doesn't look like he is. Lindsay, if you could unmute and give me just 1 second to set a timer. Okay, you can go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and members of the council. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm back again this week. My name is Lindsay Arrington. I'm an Everett resident, and I also have been serving the community for the last 10 years for people who struggle with addiction and mental health. I am speaking in support of Everett Municipal Code 10.3.35.120 and Everett Municipal Code 9.54.020.a. I just have to say that we are at a place in the homeless and drug crisis where bad behavior is evolving. It's getting worse, and it's gone from criminal to dangerous. We need to adjust our empathy and make room for some logic and reason. Unless a person is utilizing the services of an organization that provides substance use or mental health services, if they're loitering outside of these organizations, if they're not using these services, they're going to have to move along, or they're going to have to face some consequences. We have to protect those that actually do want a better life and they want to break the cycle. And there's a lot of people that I think are, misunderstanding, the way that this process works, and don't understand that there's going to be an implementation process. Everett PD is not going to go out and just start arresting people that are hanging out. There's going to be verbal warnings. There's going to be information that's passed around. There's going to be lots of notifications. But this is something that needs to happen because we have a vulnerable population that is actively seeking help. And they are at risk every single day because the behavior that is caused by a lack of judgment is just getting worse and worse. And to me, I don't think this is just a zoning ordinance. Really, what I see this as is establishing protected places of refuge for those who are actively seeking freedom from addiction and mental health struggles. And I think that, with the concerns that this is only half of the issue, it's true, it's half of the issue, but public safety has to become top priority. Otherwise, we won't be able to address
30
any of
seconds.
the other issues. Thank you. We won't be able to address any of the other issues, like expanding mental health resources and addiction resources, if we can't bring more safety to the community and to the residents of the community and to the people that are struggling. There won't be an opportunity to offer more services to people, because we're just going to continue to be in damage control. It's a cycle that's going to continue, and it has to be broken. So thank you for the time to speak, and I hope that you will pass these ordinances tonight.
Thank you, Lindsay. And just to confirm that Jeremy and Brennan would like to wait till we get to items 12. And if that's the case, then I will move forward with those in chambers. Okay. So first, if Aaron Weber could come to the podium, please, followed by Jose Villalaz. Sorry if I mispronounced that. I don't know. If you could please state your full name and the city of residence that you live in, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Erin Weber. I live in Everett. I'm speaking about something different, I think, than everyone else here. I wanted to talk to you guys about the Flubbing Bicycle Project that's going to be going down my street. And I sent in comments in an email, so you'll see those too. But I just wanted to tell you that all the neighbors I've talked to are very upset about this project because we were not ever notified about it. We didn't find out about it until 2 weeks ago, when we got a letter about a construction notice. So we weren't involved in the planning, consulted, talked to at all. We didn't know anything about it, and now we're going to have a whole bunch of changes to our street that we don't think are the best. So I don't think there's things put in for speeding. We don't have a speeding problem. There's things put in for the islands that are being put in don't seem to be necessary, and we think they're going to cause more problems. And our street just doesn't seem to be busy enough for all these things. And we have a lot of walkers. It's going to make it harder for the walkers. So I just think that I wanted to kind of give a recap that we just really wish we could have been consulted, and we don't think that they're the best idea. And I walk every morning down College, across the footbridge, down Federal, where all these islands are going to be put in, and we only have 3 people that ride their bikes to work every day, because I see them every morning. And I don't think that even if all these people move on this route and there's more people that come, and if 100% increase happens, that would only be 6 bike riders, and there's a lot of changes for just a small amount of bike riders. And I'm all for the environment and for people riding their bike. I just don't think that these changes are necessary because we're a residential street. We don't have that much traffic. It's wide open. It's free for people to ride their bikes now if they want to. They can, and they should, and they could. I just don't think that all this money needs to be spent and these islands need to be put in to do this. And also, we're an old neighborhood. We were built in the 50s, and these islands are going to be not fitting with the period of the neighborhood, and they're not going to look nice after a little bit of time. They're yellow lines with big signs on them. They'll be full of weeds, and they just won't look nice, and they're going to change the feel and the look of our neighborhood. So I'm kind of speaking on behalf of all my neighbors that I've talked to about this, and we're just frustrated and we're stressed out about it because it's supposed to start on Monday from what we've been told. And we are frantically like, well, we don't want this to happen. So I just wanted to kind of tell you how we were feeling. And I think in the future, it would be nice if we were consulted and maybe we could talk about this a little bit more, because the engineers came and met with us, and they said everything's been approved. I said, well, can't you revise it? Or can't you? It was like there was always an answer. Well, it's to prevent speeding, but we don't have a speeding problem. Well, it's because of this. Well, we don't have this. And it was like there was no wiggle room. So it would be really nice if we could maybe still talk about it, and maybe it wouldn't be set in stone, and we might have a little bit of hope that it won't go in without us having a say. So thank you, and I'm sorry this was a little shaky. I wasn't planning on speaking. So thank you for listening, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Aaron. Jose, if you'd like to come to the podium. And please state your full name and city of residence.
Yes, name is Jose Villalaz, and I live here in Everett, Washington. I'm just here to voice some concerns. I live in front of Andy's Place, North Star Apartments, and Compass Health for the last about 5 years now. I lived in the city of Everett for almost 10 years. Recently, there has been an uptick around this supportive housing for us residents. I'm not against the services that individuals are getting there from mental health, from substance abuse. What I'm starting to see is that there are a lot of homeless people that are gathering in our neighborhood, and they are bringing drugs, trash, they're littering, they're not respecting the neighbors who live in the neighborhood. So we are homeowners who live, I live and work in the city. I like the fact that I can live and work in the city of Everett. Many of us feel that there is a safety issue when we call the Everett Police Department, Everett Parking Enforcement. I don't get the sense that these departments are talking to each other. There are rules in place that prevent them from doing their job when it comes to safety. I see drug deals happen almost every day in front of my house. There is trash, garbage left in our streets around Lombard Avenue, 33rd and 34th Street. Also, for my neighbors who have children, they feel unsafe to let their children outside and play during the day and during at night. This happens 10 at night, 1 in the morning, 5 in the morning, nonstop. It's a cycle. Again, I'm not against the services that people are getting, but there are people who are coming into our neighborhood and who are taking advantage of the situation that there are people there getting treatment. And people come and they loiter for hours, for days. There are people who live in their vehicles and they stay there for months and they don't leave. They leave trash. And it's a safety issue. I do not appreciate that. I want the city to know that, again, many of us neighbors, we know when we chose to live there, we're not against the services that are being provided. Compass Health is about to expand with the new outpatient services here very soon. I'm not against that. But I need the city to know that around that neighborhood block and about two to three streets from there, there is a lot of crime, there's a lot of drug use, there is a lot of public
30
nuisance
seconds.
that people are just hanging out and loitering in and around my house and other of my neighbors' houses, apartments, townhomes, condominiums. It's a mixed-use neighborhood also of the businesses. I've spoken to many business owners there too who are fed up with the trash that is left in front of their businesses. Again, I'm just saying, City Council and Mayor, please, I'm asking for help when it comes to this. It's a safety issue for those of us residents who live here in Everett. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Mary Rollins, if you could please come to the podium. And that'll be followed by Penelope Prothero.
Hi, everybody. Mary Rollins, District 2, Everett. A couple of things. One, I just want to acknowledge the 60th anniversary of the Children's March in Birmingham, Alabama, where the children took to the streets and got arrested because their parents were afraid of losing their jobs if they fought for their civil rights. Today, we went to the courthouse steps and listened to folks talk about their civil rights, their ability to give their fellow neighbor a glass of water, a drink of water, something to eat without being criminalized for it. One thing that's happening in a couple of weeks is the government of Washington State is going to hold a special session, and they're going to be looking at some of the things that are on your agenda today. I just ask that you put a pause. What's the rush? Give it some time. Obviously, people are very concerned about what might happen in the city of Everett with law enforcement, criminalization of just helping your neighbor. Anyway, I spoke on this last week. I don't need to beat it to death, but I want you to hear me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Penelope, if you could please come to the podium. Ms. Penelope is still here?
Mayor, hi, council members.
Could you just lower the microphone a little bit?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, and then just state your full name and city of
All right,
residence.
yeah, Penelope Prothero. I'm from Lake Stevens, Granite Falls area. I run a nonprofit called Angel Resource Connection. I spoke last week very slowly. I'll try to speed it up this week. I'm very concerned about this proposal. I too ask that you just put a pause on it. I know that I heard that gentleman, my heart goes out to him. Who wants that happening around your house, right? So it just feels like there could be some kind of not such an extreme decision being made today. And I'm asking that you put a pause on the vote. These are the things I'd like to speak about. It does go against the 8th Amendment for cruel and unusual punishment. The 9th District of California, so I will just bring that up, just concluded that prohibiting someone and imposing a criminal penalty on them for sitting or lying down on a public property for a homeless person who cannot obtain shelter anywhere else is cruel. They just have nowhere else to go. I know that you're working very hard with budgets and trying to create spaces, but I will just point out that maybe we could work on a shelter. Maybe we could involve more of the nonprofits that are here working so hard to help people instead of criminalizing us for doing our jobs. The other thing I'm concerned about is I believe it goes against the right to travel, the amendment, right to move, and that people do need to, move, and we are trying to protect people that are needing the services, but then when they go and they sit down or take a load off for a while, they're going to be criminalized for being in that spot. So it goes against federal law. Also, there's that allows an easement ways on the rights of city blocks. I'm also concerned about it profiling people and creating discrimination against people. So if you look unshoveled, disheveled, and you're just sitting there and, it looks like you had a hard time, is that a homeless person? Are you going to go up to them? Or if someone that is, living maybe in a shelter, but they have to go to these services, will they be approached, or will it just be really all the homeless people? So really, discrimination and profiling them, I think, is something that we have to really look at. I'd really rather us just really focus on, like I mentioned last week, the bad apples, the people that are really causing these crimes, and then, give them these penalties if that's what's necessary, but don't make it a blanketed permission. So, and then that's the other thing, is that I believe that this is unintentionally or intentionally, I'm not clear, but giving the mayor unlimited decision-making authority on what places to ban with no checks and balances. For example, if you just did, these are the specific places, and then you have meetings, and then at that meeting, we can comment on that specific place, but right now it's carte blanche. Let's go
Penelope,
ahead
your
and-
time is up, sorry.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And Ed Glazer, if you could please come to the podium.
Ed Glazer, 2720 Hoyt Avenue, Everett. I've lived in Everett for almost 28 years, raised our kids there, they graduated high school, and now we have grandkids living with us. I retired after 35 years as a middle school teacher, working with new immigrant students and learning to speak English. I've lived in a home in North Everett for most of that time. We recently sold our home and are now living in an apartment in downtown Everett, looking to buy a home in Everett. No mas. No mas. We are not going to live in Everett. All are welcome in Everett is an oxymoron. All are welcome in Everett except. All are welcome in Everett except. All are welcome in Everett except if you are homeless or houseless. I remember a time a while ago, right after we moved here, where the police department or the sheriff's department would take houseless citizens of Everett and take them over to the flats, to Marysville area. All are welcome at Everett except if you are houseless, for you do have a home, and your home is the streets. Those of you with privilege, including myself, have marginalized members and citizens of our community. You're profiling them. This was done, this has been done and is still being done with many members of our community, our BIPOC community, and our homeless community. You who support this ordinance, especially you, Mayor Franklin, bring shame to my city. Diversity, inclusion, that's an oxymoron also. My wife and I had the unfortunate opportunity on one of the coldest days of the year observing the police department rousting a homeless man who was just sleeping on the sidewalk against a building.
30 seconds.
He couldn't be there because they got a complaint. When asked, where can he go? That's not my job. That's not my job. All are welcome in Everett, except the houseless. Shame on you for even bringing this forward.
Okay, I am going to lay a couple rules down. First of all, if you have something to say out loud, you need to leave the chambers and say it outside this room. We've got a full house, we've got a lot of people that want to speak. It's hard for us to hear when people are talking in the audience. So if you have something to say out loud, take it outside. I've got 2 police officers here who will help you find a place to do that. Furthermore, we're not going to show any displays of clapping or cheering that are out loud. We're going to all listen. It's hard for us to hear. We want to get through our meeting today, so please respect these rules. Thank you. That's your last chance, sir. If you can't be quiet in the chambers, I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
President Stonecipher, the remaining are for items 11 and 12. And just a quick clarification, for those who wish to speak on both items, should we have them speak at each separate time, or?
We will ask them to speak. They can speak at each separate time, but I know some people wanted to limit their comments on both items. So they can speak on the first item when we get to item 11. They can speak on item 12 also, but we will take them up separately because there are some people that want to speak on only one or the other.
Okay, thank you.
They'll have that flexibility.
May I make a general comment in public comments for 3 minutes? I'm
Yes, for
signed up
public comment.
to speak on 11 and 12, but I also wanted to make a general comment during this time.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Paula Townsell, resident of District 3, and I am privileged to be here. I'm a resident of Everett. I want to thank the council, and I think we miss one opportunity when we have a failure to communicate, such as we've had tonight. So while the chamber's full, while people are watching at home, we should remind people that any resident can come in any Wednesday night, sign up here to speak, and bring their issue forward. I have been fortunate in that I participated in the Everett Essentials group and learned about how the city does communicate as best anyone can communicate with their constituents. I've appreciated the council members who have newsletters and have sent those out. That's one way I get information about my neighborhood and those that are next to me and my whole city of Everett. The mayor's done newsletters, which I appreciate. That is one of the ways that I learned about the bike survey that was done. I participated in that. I am so thankful we are launching our bike connections. It's unfortunate one of them is in our neighborhood in Madison, for those that were unaware. For me, it's fortunate because I will be able to use that bike lane. Things don't happen around here very quickly. For residents, we often think it does. We find out there's a notice, there's going to be construction next week, you can't park here. It's like, where did that come from? But it's years in the making. I came in here starting in October, came in on a Wednesday and said, hey, redistricting forgot to do a public hearing. I got my voice heard. I'm not done. I'm still working on that issue, but I'm coming back. And I'm coming back because you guys are riveting. The stuff that happens in here is amazing. When it's a full chamber, it matters because the citizens matter and you guys hear from us. People who write in, this is televised. You can catch this on YouTube for months to come, probably years to come. So I just want to say we don't often shout our presence. We are here. You folks are here. I appreciate it. I see you all, and I appreciate the job you do. I appreciate that I can come in and tell you what I think of the work you're doing and ask, why are you doing this in front of my house? Could you do it in front of somebody else's? And lastly, when I go in front of a church and drive down here, and the church is called Hope Covenant, I have hope that sometime we're going to get it right, and we're going to house our neighbors in this city, and we're going to take care of the needs of everyone in our community, and we're going to be equitable in doing that. And I hope tonight gets us further in that process. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's all we have for public comment. We will move on to council comments and liaison reports, starting with Councilmember Zarlingo.
Well, a quick note, actually in response to our previous speaker, I think the bicycle issues are always complicated, and I guess I'd call the the attendees' attention to the work we did last year with the Madison Bike Lanes project. We had concerns from the neighbors and from the Fleet Reserve Association, the kind of a social club that's been operating there for many years. And indeed, the city and especially the Public Works Department and traffic worked out a solution that allowed the bike lanes to go in as planned, that allowed almost all of the parking that was there to stay as they had hoped it would, and also allowed some additional parking spaces to come in across the street. So public input really does matter to, I think, all of us. We like to hear this kind of thing, certainly as early as possible, because as with last year, we had the chance to engage some of the big brains in the city in Public Works and make that all go. So that's kind of my notes tonight, but thank you for bringing up the issue of people coming to give their input, their feedback, their questions, their concerns. We need that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ryan.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Great to see everybody. Appreciate you being here and your engagement. Earlier yesterday, I guess, I had a chance to tour the pallet shelter at the Everett Gospel Mission and meet some staff that work there. And it was a great opportunity to see the work that the partnership between the city and Everett Gospel Mission to put in the pallet shelters, and the Everett Gospel Mission's also worked to expand the site a little bit to provide for more showers and hygiene centers and community facilities. So it was great to see it in person and talk with staff about the great work that they're doing to help stabilize people who are living on the streets. And it was very timely because today the Snohomish County released their point-in-time count, and every January on one of the coldest nights of the year, volunteers span out over the county to count people who are unsheltered, and they also contact local shelters to see how many folks are sleeping at those facilities in the evening. So this year, Snohomish County saw an increase of 101 people, or 8.5% of increase from 2022, for a total of 1,285 people who are experiencing homelessness. So as we when we work through our policy questions tonight, I'm really keeping that in the forefront of my mind of how we're seeing a dramatic increase in unsheltered populations on our streets, and how critical it is that we work to use our resources to adequately house people. So that's my comments for this evening. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice President Toohey.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone who already gave comment, and I know there's a few more in the House tonight, but I appreciate you. And Jennifer, I don't know if there's a staff that could maybe meet with Ms. Weber about, so she can be heard and her neighbors can be heard about that project. I'm not too well versed on that particular one, but that would be great.
Yeah, definitely.
Set that up. Thank you. I don't have a liaison report today, but I do have a request at some time, I know it might take a while. We have been working for some time now to diversify our city staff workforce. And I was hoping to have a briefing on the goals that we were trying to meet and where we're at. I know the police department, we get to see those hirings, and they've been pretty amazing with the level of diversity. So I think it'd just be great. We haven't looked at those numbers in a while, and I know we've worked hard on them. So I look forward to that. And again, we can talk about if we still continue to have barriers on hiring. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fosse.
Thanks for everyone for showing up. Really appreciate you being civically engaged and coming and speaking your mind tonight. On May 1st, I was honored to attend the Republic of the Marshall Islands 44th Constitution Day, and that ceremony for their opening. They will also be having a celebration at Jackson Park. That's the last weekend of this month, and that's always a lot of fun to attend. So I'll hopefully see some of you there in my neighborhood. And then I also wanted to give a heads up to the downtown flower planting that's happening this weekend. If you haven't signed up for that yet through the DEA, make sure to do that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Schwab.
Yeah, thanks everyone for coming out, and I had lots of reading material the last 3 weeks or so. I appreciate that. I appreciate all the comments and the passion. It's kind of a repeat of last week. And so thanks for being a part of this, and I have no other liaison reports.
Thank you. Councilmember Vogely.
Thank you all for being here and sharing your comments. There's a lot that just came in that I haven't even seen yet. So thanks. I'm gonna have a lot to say later, and I bet you all are going to as well. So thanks for being here.
Thank you. And I just have a brief update. Today, the Joint Policy Committee for the Everett Transit Community Transit Study Group met. So we're getting toward the end of our work. But today we talked a little bit about governance in the event, or just looking at models that would work for the merger, which was helpful. And with that, I'll ask, do we have an administrative update this evening?
Briefly, so I just wanted to point out for those in the room that there is an overflow space off of the lobby. So we've got a couple public hearings, and if you are more interested at the end of the meeting and want to sit down and wait, that is an option. At the video there has a little delay, about 30 seconds, so just keep an eye out and come back in when it makes sense for you. And then just to share administration's appreciation to have Angie back, particularly on a night with a lot of public comment to professionally wrangle. So her absence was a good reminder that it's a big job with big shoes to fill, and so we're happy to have her.
Thank you. And one shoe can't be filled with that boot. And we'll move on to our city attorney now. Mr. Hall, what do you have for us this evening?
There is no report from the legal department. We are requesting a 15-minute executive session to discuss 2 legal matters pursuant to RCW 4231.10(1)I with council action to follow.
Thank you. And that will bring us to our consent agenda. We have 4 items on for consent. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Councilor Ryan moves approval of the 4 consent agenda items.
And Councilmember Tui seconds that.
I have a motion and a second for the consent agenda. Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Councilmember Zerlingo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan?
Yes.
Vice President Tui?
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse?
Yes.
Councilmember Schwab?
Yes.
Councilmember Vogely?
Yes?
President Stonecipher?
Yes. And we have public hearings scheduled for 3 ordinances, which are all 3rd and final readings. I'm going to read the ordinances into the record, then I'll open the public hearing. Anyone who would like to speak to any of the 3 items can come forward. We will close the public hearing, and then we'll take up each item for a vote individually. So here are the 3 items. Item 5 is Council Bill 2304-26, 3rd and final reading. Adopt an ordinance amending the Everett Municipal Code regarding an exemption for special connection charges for low-income housing projects, amending EMC Chapter 14.08, Water and Sewers. Item 6 is Council Bill 2304-27, 3rd and final reading. Adopt an ordinance relating to multifamily tax exemptions, amending Chapter 3.78 of the Everett Municipal Code. Item 7 is Council Bill 2304-28, 3rd and final reading. Adopt an ordinance relating to exempting park impact fees for low-income housing, amending Chapter 19.52 of the Everett Municipal Code. And so we'll now open the public hearing. And do we have any members of the public signed up to speak on these ordinances?
So far, President Stonecipher, I have one individual, if she would like to make her comment. Angela, if you would like to come to the podium, if you want.
Okay.
Okay. Otherwise, no one has given me any sign-up form.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Would anyone care to speak on any of the 3 items that are on the public hearing? Seeing none, I will take a motion to close the public hearing.
Councilmember Ryan moves to close the public hearing.
Seconded.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Councilmember Zarlingo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yep.
Vice President Tui.
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse.
Yes.
Councilmember Schwab.
Yes.
Councilmember Vogely.
Yes.
President Stonecipher.
Yes. Okay, now we're going to take action on the items, as I said, one at a time. Council Bill 2304-26, third and final reading, adopt an ordinance amending the Everett Municipal Code regarding an exemption for special connection charges for low-income housing projects, amending EMC Chapter 14.08 Water and Sewers. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any questions or comments?
Yes, question and comment. I've been looking a little more at that in response to some public comment that we've just gotten on 2304-27 for multifamily tax exemptions, and in particular, some new information about some other. Sorry.
I'm going to interrupt just because we're going to take them one at a time. So we're first going to take the action on item 5, which
okay,
is
sorry.
regarding the connection charges, and then we'll be next on to the multifamily tax exemption.
Okay, then no comment on number 5.
Thank you. Any questions on item 5? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Zarlingo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Vice President Tui.
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse.
Yes.
Councilmember Schwab.
Yes.
Councilmember Vogely.
Yes.
President Stonecipher.
Yes, and now we'll take up item 6, Council Bill 2304-27, third and final reading, adopt an ordinance relating to multifamily tax exemptions, amending Chapter 3.78 of the Everett Municipal Code. Do I hear a motion?
Councilor Ryan moves approval of Council Bill 2304-27.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember
And now
Zarlingo.
discussion. Sorry about the interruption.
No problem.
In response to some public input on that, well, to cut to the chase, I'd like to move to table that one for 1 week. The reason being that we've received some more information about the specific impacts of that and about its relationship to similar ordinances in other cities. And as much as I would like to harangue some of the builders to build more here in Everett, I want to make sure that I'm not doing that in a format that doesn't account for the differences in those tax exemptions and incentives for building here in Everett versus other cities, because I want them to build here. I think we need more middle housing. I'd like to see them do more of that here. I'd like to see that the incentives are as well aligned as they can be. And I believe we've had in either the zoning committee last year or in the built environment committee this year, a brief discussion of that, but that didn't include some of the other cities. And I'd like the opportunity to learn more about that and have this vote after I learn that with a possible amendment next week.
Thank you. I think I'm hearing a motion to table. Do we have a second?
I'll second and speak.
Thank you. Speak to the motion.
I was going to bring that up too. I didn't know if I was going to want to table it, but yeah, that entices me. And I do remember the conversation, and I know that there was a good reason, and I can't remember what it was, but we talked about it a bit, so I wouldn't mind, yeah, tabling it. And I don't think we have to, I don't think it's imperative to happen right now, so.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the motion to table? I'll just ask administration, is there any reason that we wouldn't want to table, or is there any time constraint on this?
It's fine to table it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second to table, and clerk, will you please take the roll?
Councilmember Zarlingo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Vice President Tui.
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse.
Yes.
Councilmember Schwab.
Yes.
Councilmember Vogely.
Yes.
President Stonecipher.
Yes. Item 7, Council Bill 2304-28, third and final reading, adopt an ordinance relating to exempting park impact fees for low-income housing, amending Chapter 19.52 of the Everett Municipal Code. Do I have a motion?
Councilmember Ryan moves approval of Council Bill 2304-28.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Zarlingo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Vice President Tui.
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse.
Yes.
Councilmember Schwab.
Yes.
Councilmember Vogely.
Yes.
President Stonecipher.
Yes. And now we'll move on to the rest of our action items, which are all third and final readings. Item 8, Council Bill 2304-23, third and final reading. Adopt an ordinance creating a special improvement project entitled 20th Street CIPP Sewer Lining, Fund 336, Program 038. Do I have a motion to approve?
Councilmember Ryan moves approval of Council Bill 2304-23.
Seconded.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Councilmember Zarlingo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Vice President Tui.
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse.
Yes.
Councilmember Schwab.
Yes.
Councilmember Vogely.
Yes.
President Stonecipher.
Yes. Item 9, Council Bill 2304-24, third and final reading. Adopt an ordinance creating a special improvement project entitled Wiggums Hollow Playground Replacement, Fund 354, Program 081, to accumulate project costs in the amount of $718,000. Do I have a motion?
Councilmember Ryan moves approval of Council Bill 2304-24.
Seconded.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments? Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Councilmember Zarlingo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Vice President Tui.
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse.
Yes.
Councilmember Schwab.
Yes.
Councilmember Vogely.
Yes.
President Stonecipher.
Yes. Item 10, Council Bill 2304-25, third and final reading. Adopt an ordinance creating a special improvement project entitled Parks Restroom Renovation Project, Fund 354, Program 088, to accumulate design costs in the amount of $240,000. Do I hear a motion?
Councilmember Vogely so moves.
Second.
Councilmember Schwab, second.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any questions or comments? I'll just ask a question. We received a letter from someone on this project. I believe it was this renovation project that they were interested in. And they had a concern that this was a tear down and rebuild. I don't think for $240,000 it is, but I thought that oh, good. I'm glad to see you're here, Bob, to just make sure I understand. It is just renovating the existing space.
Yes, that is correct. This is a renovation. We're scoping it out, renovating it, making some changes, but it's not the intent to completely replace the structure.
Thank you, thank you. The writer was concerned about land, adding to the landfill, so I appreciate that. Any other questions or comments? Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Councilmember Zarlingo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Vice President Tui.
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse.
Yes.
Councilmember Schwab.
Yes.
Councilmember Vogely.
Yes.
President Stonecipher.
Yes. And we are going to move on to item 11, which is Council Bill 2304-29, third and final reading. Adopt an ordinance prohibiting public consumption of controlled substances, amending Chapter 10.35 of the Everett Municipal Code. Do I hear a motion?
Councilmember Schwab, make a motion to pass.
Seconded.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. I'll just note, everyone's likely aware that yesterday the governor called a special 30-day session of the state legislature. It'll begin on May 16th to try and pass a new drug possession law to replace a stopgap measure that expires on July 1st. And not knowing the outcome of that, we are moving forward with this ordinance tonight. It's been on our agenda. And we have Lacey Offit here tonight, our Assistant City Attorney, and Julie Willie as well, to answer any questions and provide updates. So I'll turn it over to you, Lacey.
Thank you, Council President and council members. I will provide a very brief synopsis of the changes made to this ordinance between the second and the third reading. Two very quick bullet points. The first was an addition to add encouragement to refer to services by the police officers in lieu of arresting, citing, or referring to the prosecutor's office. And the second change between the second and the third reading was to modify the effective date to become effective on July 1st to maintain consistency with whatever the state may or may not do.
Thank you. And so let's see, do we have any questions or comments for Lacey before we go to public comment? Just question, we're asking questions
Yes.
now. You'll get to talk after we hear the public, but yes, Councilmember Vogely.
It really is a question. Let's see. Strict liability felony is a thing, and I'm wondering if when the fines or jail time is doubled in certain places, does that increase the amount of jail time or fine to make it a felony?
No, and in fact, what you'll see in amendment to section 2, that was changed when we made the amendment to make this a gross misdemeanor. We also amended section 2 for the drug-free zones to account for that, because we don't have jurisdiction to elevate anything up to a felony. And so those amendments, what they do is they do away with any gross misdemeanor reference in the drug-free zones, because we couldn't effectively double the drug-free zone for a gross misdemeanor punishment. So the only violations listed in the drug-free zones that would be elevated based on the location that they were committed in are misdemeanors. So they would effectively max out at 180 days.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Schwab.
Yeah, I just have basically kind of an alignment question. You aware what Marysville has passed? And so far they have, I just want to confirm with you, just a consumption law?
I believe
And they're working
so.
on a possession law, my understanding.
That
They
is
have a
my
hearing.
understanding as well,
Okay.
them and many other jurisdictions.
I can speak to that. So
Yeah.
the mayors have, across our county and honestly across the state, have shared the different ordinances that we're all passing and have been working to align them. And so across the board, it's possession or use. And so some jurisdictions passed one early and that didn't have both, and so they're editing theirs now. All mayors all ordinances that I've seen are effective July 1st, kind of as we're all hoping for a statewide solution, but working to have something in place should a statewide solution not come forward.
Thank you.
But they're very similar.
Thank you. Vice President Tui.
Yeah, Lacey, I have a question. So is my understanding that the state is working on a possession ordinance, and ours is a public use?
That's right.
So can you explain what the difference is and how that will relate to what happens?
With the current ordinance before this body? Sure. The original proposal before the state was to make it started out as a gross misdemeanor and went to a misdemeanor, but essentially criminalizing the knowing possession of controlled substances. Kind of later in the session, the public use was added to that so that it was both possession and public use in the bill that was before the state legislature. And so that's one of the reasons that we've deemed it appropriate to have this effective on July 1, because at this point, we don't know what's going to be proposed during the special session, and it's entirely possible that the special session will address a bill that does both the possession of a controlled substance and the use in public of a controlled substance. And so in that way, whatever we were to do here would be potentially preempted.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions? Councilmember Ryan.
Great, thanks. I have 2 questions. So are there any parts that wouldn't be preempted?
Any parts of the current ordinance that wouldn't be preempted? We'll have to see what the wording is. I think the spirit of what we've got in front of this body, if it's largely captured by the state, it may not make sense to have both in effect at the same time. But again, we'd have to just see what they propose.
Great. I'll save my other question for regular discussion.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments before we go to public comment? Okay, Angie, who do we have signed up to speak on this item?
So if Kate would like to come to the podium for item 11, followed by Patricia. And if you could please state your full name and city of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak, starting now.
My name is Kate Walden, and I live in Everett. Hello, members of the City Council and those in attendance at this meeting. I'm here on behalf of Cocoon House, where I work as an outreach advocate to young people experiencing homelessness. I would like to voice my strong opposition to the proposed new code EMC 1035-120. If passed, this will negatively impact individuals in the city of Everett that are experiencing homelessness and/or chaotic substance use, including the young people that Cocoon House serves. My primary concern is that evidence has shown that increasing criminal penalties for substance use does not result in improved outcomes for either the individuals involved or the communities they reside in. Once incarcerated, people do not typically receive the treatment they need, and new employment, housing, and treatment obstacles are created when people return to their communities after incarceration. This is in addition to the financial barriers that are created by fines from the initial offense and fees related to involvement in the criminal justice system afterward. Specifically for our young people being served by Cocoon House, this ordinance would significantly increase the likelihood that they will be involved with the criminal justice system from an early age, which presents unnecessary risks to attaining housing stability and employment over the course of their adulthood. One of the ways we know this to be true is that we already have ordinances currently in operation that prohibit public drug consumption, and the impacts that criminalization disproportionately affect marginalized and under-resourced groups like people without shelter, people of color, people who identify as LGBTQ+, people who have been previously incarcerated, and young people. I'm also concerned about the fiscal impact of this ordinance regarding the enforcement for this measure and the resulting cost of incarceration for people charged with this offense. It will cost taxpayers more money to pay for incarceration, which we know will not effectively resolve the issue, over comprehensive and accessible supportive services, which has been proven to increase community safety over time. Additionally, since service providers operate out of public funding sources, staff from those organizations will have even further reduced capacity to address the underlying issues that our clients are facing, as they'll need to prioritize supporting clients through these extraneous interactions with the criminal justice system. This costs more money. Finally, there is already a concerning lack of treatment options available on an appropriate timeline for people who are seeking detox and treatment, so this will only exacerbate our existing scarcity of substance use recovery options. This is especially true for minors, as there are even less facilities that are licensed to work with people under the age of 18 when it comes to substance use disorder. If the goal of this ordinance is community safety and improved outcomes for our citizens, we must only go forward with what we know to be effective: supportive services, harm reduction, and increased access to housing and basic needs, instead of a punitive approach that increases
30
penalties
seconds.
to people that are already struggling to reach stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Patricia? If you could come, okay, and then followed by Terry. Please state your full name and city of residence.
Good night, Mayor Cassie Franken, council members. I'm from District 4. I support ordinance prohibiting public consumption of controlled substances. I'm here tonight because I'm advocating for my kids, Diego, 11 years old, and James, 4 years old, and the kids in my community. I live in Holly Drive, near to Casino Road. And as you all know, it's a very vulnerable community. As a parent, I feel strong responsibility to protect my children from harm. I'm involved in several community programs that work on drug prevention, and I strongly believe on prevention and programs that support that. I think this kind of program should be more available to the community and schools. Many mothers in my community are worried about the dangers of drugs consumption around schools. We see every day when we pick up our kids from school, our kids don't feel safe anymore going to the parks or going for a walk. They see people doing drugs, selling drugs, and dying from overdoses. And that's a lot for them to process, even for us as adults. That's why, as a parent, I'm doing everything possible to keep my kids safe. I try to not to keep them in a bubble, but I'm concerned about the safety of my kids. I'm teaching them to be also compassionate, because that's part of humans. But part of being compassionate is also recognizing the needs for policies and programs that discourage drug use, specifically strong drug use that are killing our brothers and sisters. I recognize that drug addiction is a complex issue. I support policies and programs that provide access to treatment and support services for individuals. I am strong support for mental health, and I think we need that a lot. You call now, and it's a long wait list. But I'm here for my kids.
30 seconds.
That's the future of tomorrow. Please, I urge you to protect the future of our communities. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next, we have Terry. Okay.
Terry Ambergy, District 1, City of Everett. In light of the recent special legislative session regarding this issue that is happening on May 16th, I'm here to strongly encourage you to postpone the vote tonight. I don't think there should be a rush. And I think, again, I hope to see that there is statewide accountability as well as treatment. And again, please consider postponing the vote for tonight until after May 16th. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lawrence, if you could please come to the podium, and then followed by Jim.
Yes, my name is Lawrence Ambergy, and I live in District 1 for the past 24 or more years. And this is also in regard to, was it the agenda number 11, which is the prohibiting the public consumption of controlled substances. I too am asking that you postpone the vote today until we see what the outcome of the special legislative hearing is going to be on May 16th, which, from what I understand, may also include treatment for people who are addicted, because incarceration alone, as we know, does not work. We also need to offer treatment for these people. So again, like Terry, my wife, I ask that you postpone your vote until after the May 16th special legislative hearing on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, if Saffron could please come to the podium, followed by Paula.
Saffron Quello. I live in Lake Stevens. I come here tonight in support of my neighbors who have been hit the hardest by the rising cost of housing, food, healthcare, and just about everything else needed to survive living as a human being. I wish you could see their lives as valuable. Framing drug addiction and houselessness as criminal acts is dehumanizing and demoralizing. Even more demoralizing is the way you want to criminalize those of us who have the heart to do what you refuse to do. Treat them as human beings as they are. Criminalization of social problems is like placing an infected bandage over an open wound. It makes the wound worse, compounds the problem, leads to more distress, and can even lead to death. Refusing to address the issues at the root allows the wound to continue to fester, and it will never fully heal. Not only do we need to help the people who are currently experiencing financial and emotional distress, we need to be more imaginative about the ways how we prevent these distresses from happening. Criminalization never addresses root causes, and the individual effects of imprisonment and fines leads to greater harm, both for the individual and our society. How many times must we demand economic change that leads to greater well-being? We need rent control, affordable housing, access to affordable, nutritious foods, education, healthcare, the same stuff people have been demanding for the past 100 years or more. Corporations continue to push for the rise of interest rates, or continue to push the rise of interest rates onto consumers, and we can no longer afford our basic needs. Today, the Federal Reserve increased interest rates again. Our food costs keep going up. People are becoming more and more desperate. That is why you see the high amount of drug use, not just in this community, but all over the country as well. Corporate greed is beating human needs into the ground. We cannot let this continue. Vote no on the ordinances that see criminalization as the only way to solve social problems. We will continue to repeat our demands, and we will continue to get bolder and louder until such time that our basic needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula, followed by Joe.
Paula Townsell, Everett District 3. I am opposed to item number 11. I can keep it simple. Substance abuse disorder is a medical condition. It is not a law enforcement condition. Incarceration will not stop people's medical condition. Don't conflate jails with treatment for addiction. They are trained at the jail They are recruited at the jail, and they are required to know the duties of incarcerating someone actively in custody in the jail. Treatment is best done in a supportive environment. I doubt people inside of jail feel like they are there to be supported to have a better life. Jails in our country are punitive. This is not an Everett problem. This is a US-wide problem. Every city in our nation is facing this problem at this time. We need bigger solutions. We need statewide solutions. We need federal solutions. We need treatment that is safe, supportive, and we don't have that. So the solution we're proposing tonight is to lock them up so we don't have to look at them. But when we do look at them, because they will get out, not in the 90 days I would recommend as a misdemeanor. No, we're going to go ahead and go with a gross misdemeanor, up to a year, 364 days, because we can't go to a federal, to felony level. That is not okay. If I have a medical condition, if I become mentally ill, if I can't get pregnant, I'm a little old for that, but whatever my medical condition, please don't lock me up because we don't have treatment available to me in Everett. Please, think about me compassionately. Think about your family members, people you know. We can do better. This is not our problem to solve by incarcerating people at taxpayer dollars, my taxpayer dollars. I am an Everett resident. I see this daily. I drive down the streets. I see the people in the doorways. I know the people who have died in our city because of addiction and lack of treatment. But please, think hard about this. Don't make Everett's solution be a horrible one that is stronger and
30
harder than
seconds.
everyone else. Don't be fooled. We are not getting everybody else's problems moved into Everett. Homeless people don't just move around because they get a better offer someplace else. We aren't offering them great things here in Everett. We're suffering the same as every other city in this state. Let's all work together. Let's get some humane solutions here and be compassionate with all of our neighbors. When you have a health condition, you deserve a health response, a medical response, not a law enforcement response. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe?
Joe's Lab, Lake Forest Park. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for taking the time to consider this thoughtfully. I want to say that these ordinances are not about making homelessness illegal. These ordinances are about putting some tools into the hands of the city officials dealing with a few individuals that are disrupting our residential neighborhoods and our shopping areas. Over the last 20 years, the comprehensive plan, Planning Commission, you name it, all these documents have gone out saying, hey, we want a vibrant downtown Everett with people living, shopping, having fun in downtown Everett. We've gone backwards. I used to live on Rockefeller Avenue, right next to the facility there. We've gone backwards, and it is what it is. Last week and tonight I've heard testimony against these two ordinances. One of it is that the city should not have any ability to monitor the organizations that are providing services. As a contractor, I can't even go out and work on someone's porch without licenses, insurance, building codes, you name it, the list is long. I think with the amount of chaos that's going on with just pop-up services happening in people's parking lots, I think the city does need at least some rudimentary control over the situation. I'm not talking about police state, I'm talking about basic tools. Another situation is about, oh, we're just going to push the problem onto somewhere else. Well, some cities have this issue a lot more than others, and we have zoning codes that deal with these situations. This problem is a real problem. People need services, but we have zoning codes here that put these services in certain areas, away from schools, away from residential areas, because those areas get hit inordinately hard, and there are vulnerable people in those situations. They get put out into industrial areas where at nighttime, no one's hearing the screaming. The fact of the matter is that the people living in the shelter that I've spoken with, most of them just want to be left alone and obey the laws. There are a few individuals out there that come in and cause trouble. The staff at that facility, and I'm sure it's other facilities, you ask these people, please don't camp around here. And they're yelled at, and they're screamed at. Then they'll have to call the
30
police.
seconds.
I do not envy these people. We should be supporting these service providers, not hanging them out to dry. The police I talk to when we have break-ins say, keep on telling people the story of what's going on in downtown Everett. We need the tools to deal with this. Tonight, the council can make a vote on this and help out the downtown and other impacted areas. And if the can gets kicked down the road, which I'm hearing a call for, please bring it back up if the state fails to do its job and bring back some sanity to the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela, if you want to come up to the podium.
Hello, my name is Angela DiFilippo, and I live in Everett. Item numbers 11 and 12 will not improve safety in our community, even with those changes encouraging treatment. Regarding number 11, I know it can feel just and even right to ask for stricter punishment, but increasing punishment has never created behavior change, ever. It just doesn't. And I say that as a social worker with about 10 years of experience helping people recover and move forward in their lives without needing state assistance anymore. Increasing the punishment for public illegal substance use will not change the prevalence of drug use in our community. Those harsher penalties will only make it harder for people to exit the cycle of infraction and arrest, harder for them to move out of the cycle of homelessness, and harder for them to start and maintain recovery from substance use disorder. Regarding number 12, no sit, no lie doesn't work in its current form, and expanding it will only put more strain on our community as a whole. If we don't want people to cluster around where there are absolutely critical services located, then we need to improve transportation so people can easily access those supports and then go back to Granite Falls or Monroe or Smoky Point or wherever in the county our neighbors are living, and better housing resources to keep people housed and help people on the track of housing as quickly as possible. Restricting people's ability to sit down on a sidewalk doesn't make people less in need of services or less in need of secure housing. Regarding both, we are not the first community to face these issues, and these are not problems to wring our hands and go, oh dear, what can we do? Because other communities, from literal countries like Finland to cities similar in size to Everett, like Rockford, Illinois, have solved this issue, and they solved it with evidence-based practices, fiscal responsibility, and empathy. It's not a pie-in-the-sky statement to say we will save taxpayer money using housing first policies, because that is the data-driven result. Just like the best way to avoid drugs being used in public are safe injection sites, and the only cure for poop on the sidewalk is access to public restrooms. We depend on you all, the council, to be proactive about the issues in our community. This issue has gotten worse over the past decade and even just the past few years because there has been a failure to enact real sustainable solutions. Last week and even this week, someone had mentioned that we need to get to the root of the issue, and I agree. We have been addressing only the symptoms for far too long, and we are asking, even begging, you to please, please, please
30 seconds.
give us solutions that address the root, instead of continuing with Band-Aid ordinances and bad tools that waste our money as taxpayers and make the situation worse for everyone in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. President Stonecipher, that concludes for items that were 11 or 11 and 12. So the remaining I have are for 12.
Okay, we will come to those. Did anyone not speak that would like to speak on this before we act? Thank you.
Hi, Bill Sheets, Everett District 3. I don't speak very often because I have public speaking phobia. It seems to me that I agree with everybody else who has said that this problem requires a far larger approach than either of these ordinances would offer. And regarding the nuts and bolts, I don't see the point in having possession included in being banned in addition to public consumption. Public consumption implies possession. You can't consume something you don't have. And if the person who said that there's already an ordinance on the books regarding prohibiting possession, then it would seem that this ordinance would be kind of pointless. And so It seems that, to me, that this would just be kind of doing something for show and saying, see, we did something, rather than actually doing something. Thank you.
President Stonecipher, I'm mistaken. There is one more for 11, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Jim, if you would like to come to the podium. Apologies for missing you. Sorry about that.
Jim Langus. As you may recall, I spoke under citizens' comments in 2019, and I've been here 2 times since, and that was the last 2 weeks. But I feel a responsibility as a private citizen to share my concerns, and you've heard many of them before, and I do not have any further desire to come back. You can make a difference in everything that's happening in Everett and for our city's future. You are the elected officials and can make whatever decisions you choose, even if it's not unanimous. And you have the responsibility to plan, hire, establish priorities, decide what Everett's fair share should be. It's wide open today. And you are in a position, and it rests with you, to pass laws and make all decisions involving our city's future. And tonight, I'm here to support the 2 ordinances, and this one, the Controlled Substance and Public Ordinance, as you would expect. And the progress is going to have to be assessed. And at minimum, they send us a good message that the city's taking some action. Senator Robinson's bill was focused on treatment. It didn't pass, but there's going to be a special session in the legislature, and I expect that they will pass legislation, and it may impact what you're doing. However, that said, I really commend you for getting out front on this bill. And in terms of the special session and what might happen, Mary knows much more about that than I do, but I expect there will be some resolution. Hey, look, to some parties, it appears that I'm not sensitive to the homeless, which is not true at all. I have a lot of compassion for people in general and for the very vulnerable homeless who are at risk and need our health and mental care services and shelter for protection. But we have other elements that commit crimes, and they need consequences. With this ordinance, you need the prosecutors to support the effort of the Everett Police Department. They're going to be arresting people. They're going to be taking them to the Snohomish County
30 seconds.
Jail, perhaps. They will be filling out the booking forms and a probable cause statement, verifying why they made that arrest. And at some point, our prosecutors are going to get involved. And our prosecutors need to do their job to support the police department and the citizens of Everett. Otherwise, why have laws? We need more police. You've heard me on that often. And I'm a strong advocate. And I want to thank you for your public service. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is all I have for item 11.
Great, thank you. And we will open up for discussion now. Any council discussion or debate? Councilmember Ryan.
Great. Thanks, everybody, for your comments. Appreciate it. I have some questions for Lacey. Hopefully she didn't go too far. Thank you. Can you elaborate a little bit more about how this ordinance addresses paraphernalia, what's included with paraphernalia, and if things like Narcan or drug testing strips or some of the harm reduction tools are also included as paraphernalia?
Sure. Very broadly, this ordinance does not touch on drug paraphernalia. So to the extent that this ordinance, that there would be evidence of use of controlled substances, that would be evidence that would be taken into consideration. And obviously, officers would be taking note of that. But this particular ordinance for the public use of controlled substances does not touch on drug paraphernalia. Drug paraphernalia is at this time, and will continue to be into the future, largely regulated at the state level. In the post-Blake world, the legislature acted to amend the state drug paraphernalia law, which this body then adopted, and is the current regulation on drug paraphernalia.
Thank you. Is there a way that we could protect some of the harm reduction tools from being, from future consideration for paraphernalia?
I don't see why we couldn't, in the event that there are future ordinances that do touch on drug paraphernalia or other controlled substance related ordinances. That would certainly be something that this body could consider and we could take into consideration.
Great, thanks. And then I'm curious too, especially with the county walking on their ordinance yesterday, Marysville introducing theirs, I believe also their updated version yesterday. How exactly does the city of Everett's align with those two that we know of so far that have been introduced?
Sure. So I believe, and perhaps the mayor could actually speak to this more eloquently than I can, but our bill is touching on one piece of kind of the host of controlled substances regulation, whereas other, the county and Marysville are either amending or enacting fresh ordinances, if you will, that address that whole panoply of controlled substances ordinances kind of all at once. And that's, I believe, in response to the state not acting during the regular session. So this ordinance before you was provided to council and briefed before the end of the session. And so it doesn't address kind of the range that other ordinances are.
Okay,
Can I just, I'll just add that I think because every city had different ordinances on the books, they're all slightly different, but they all, across the board, what the different mayors of the jurisdictions have been bringing forward is aligned with June Robinson's Senate bill and so that version. And so obviously not knowing what's going to pass, that, I do want to ask Lacey one question. There's been reference to the May 16th session. I believe that's up to 30-day session. So there is a time window that's, we would want something in place by July 1st. So when would be the last date that we could pass something that would still be effective in July 1st, should the state not pass something?
Oh gosh, you're asking me to do math on the spot, Mayor?
Just because folks have asked to table this,
Sure.
there is a window where we would then have nothing starting July 1st.
Sure.
June
So
15-ish.
June 15th.
Yeah.
I defer to my boss.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah.
Councilmember Vogely?
I was kind of expecting someone to say, let's table it. So I guess I will. I mean, I have so many things to say, but if I don't need to and we can save some time, I would make the motion to table a vote on this particular ordinance until such time as the legislature of the state of Washington has had time for their special session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to table. Would anyone like to speak to the motion to table? You can speak to your motion or your second.
Okay, so I have to be mindful of what I say here, but I agree with some folks that spoke this evening, and frankly, this motion is not necessarily about whether you're all in on public safety and criminalization or you're against this. It simply has to do with the process that is before us. So in my mind, the end of May, I'm assuming would be a time to be revisiting this with that planned date in 13 days of starting to address this issue at the state level. I reviewed the nearly 50-page document, that we had proposed. It was by our own senator, and it was stakeholdered well, thought out with a lot of development into treatment options and access to those pathways, and it had accountability in it, but at the same time being mindful of this is, a lifelong disease. It's not something you just get a certificate and you're suddenly cured. It's something where you have to have substantial compliance with. Otherwise, you just have this revolving door of cycle, and we just cannot continue to arrest our way out of this problem, because that is the same old war on drug policies that hasn't worked in the past. So something needs to happen, and the state is going to make an attempt to do that. And I think that in comparison, this 5-page policy is rather incomplete. And there's a few areas in here where, for instance, even the definition of what a public place is.
Oh,
There's a lot of things
Can I ask
that.
you to confine to the motion to table?
I am.
We're not talking about the ordinance, because we're
This
talking
is
about whether we're going to
with
table.
regards to it. So with the action happening at the state level, the result of that, if it happens in a timely manner and they do pass something, it's going to render this null and void. So it's pointless to go through this type of division right now. If we're going to have to react to it anyways, and if that's happening in a very, very short time window, we're going to have to change this policy, have a different policy in place, or we should be learning from that policy that they had there, which I don't think this fully does. I think that there's elements of that we could add to this to make it more digestible. So I very much support the concept of just tabling it. I don't think that, since it's not going to be, active until, July 1st anyways, I think we have ample time. And I think end of May is probably likely one where we can revisit at council if we want to look at, revisiting the policy again.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to please just speak to the motion to table? We're not debating the bill if we're going to table it.
Absolutely, thanks.
Thank
I agree. I think it's premature to pass this before we see how things shake out at the state level and what does come out of the special session, and before we ensure that neighboring jurisdictions are good on their word to enact consistent enforcements across the board. I especially think about the areas of Everett that border unincorporated Snohomish County and Marysville, and how chaotic it could be for the city and the county and neighboring jurisdictions to have differing approaches to this matter. There's plenty of time between now and July 1st to see how this story is written, to collaborate meaningfully with our neighboring jurisdictions, and to ensure alignment across the county.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion to table? Well, I will just say that I do not support tabling. I think that it's possible that the legislature will do something and act on this, and if so, we have the opportunity to take it up then. But we have a lot of people that are very concerned about what's going on in our city and their neighborhoods, in front of their businesses. People are very worried about what's happening, and I think that we need to at least take up the debate and discussion of this item rather than waiting for the state legislature. We don't know what they will pass, and we will deal with that when that time comes. Councilmember Vogely.
With respect to that, we still could table and have this same discussion at the end of May and still have time to have it in place by July 1st. And everyone will Paula will get to come back to see this riveting council meeting. And so will everyone else, and you will certainly get to hear all of my notes, even if we table this. So I would just encourage to have this conversation later.
Any other discussion on the motion to table? Councilmember Schwab.
Yeah, I've already invested a lot of time in this ordinance, and I think this is probably near record input that we have received from citizens and business and a long variety of people. So I'm not in favor of extending it. Just like all state laws that are applied, we can make adjustments, not just this one, but anything else they pass in the future.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion to table? Clerk, will you please take the roll on the motion to table?
Councilmember Zarlingo.
No.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Councilmember Toohey.
No.
Councilmember Fossey.
Yes.
Councilmember Schwab.
No.
Councilmember Vogely.
Yes.
President Stonecipher.
No. So we'll go back to the main motion. Thank you. Councilmember Vogely.
Awesome. Okay, let's get down to business then, shall we? Whereas A, I think I already asked the strict liability felony question. B, the state's, oh, this is just a typo, sorry, it's the only one I found. The state's Uniform Controlled Act. It's supposed to be Controlled Substance Act, but that's easy enough in Scrivener's. The state law change, oh, C. The state law change has resulted in increased public use of controlled substances without a prescription in the city of Everett. I would like some data, please. If the state law change actually resulted in the increase of public use. I believe the increase of public use also stems from COVID, which likely brought about more drug use in public. I'm sure part of it had to do with the legislation, but a lot of it has to do with trauma. Let's see, D, the use, with a prescription can also, cool. The use of controlled substances without prescription and the supervision of a medical professional can result in physical injury or death to the user. A prescription can also cause injury or death to the user, and jail time can also cause injury or death to a user. E, the use of controlled substances can have negative mental and physical health consequences for the user, as can jail time. F, the use of controlled substances without a prescription is positively correlated with criminal behavior. Correlation is not causation. This ordinance creates direct criminal activity by criminalizing drug use. Let me say that again. This ordinance creates direct criminal activity by criminalizing drug use. So, of course, F would be true if we do in fact go forward with this ordinance. The city has taken steps to, G. The city has taken steps to connect individuals who publicly use, etc. To be clear, the city has no treatment programs. We do have COET, which is like it says in here, who offer their list of resources, and I did go to that list that we have online. That's not printed out in this one. It's a good list. There are things that happen, like 2 or 3 in Everett, maybe 1 for juveniles, and definitely Monroe, but just we don't have any actual treatment programs. H, the public use, let's see, impacts public order, endangers the health, safety, and welfare of the residents and visitors of the city of Everett. This language, it increases the stigma related to drug use disorder. And I want to let you know why stigma is such a big deal. And actually, we have this on our website too. In those resources that are linked on our webpage, it takes us to, I think, Snohomish, like, helping in need, I don't know. Shoot, I'll find it. We're here for the long haul. Anyways, stigma is a really big deal, and the more stigma there is, the more likely there will be issues with trauma and other things. I'll get to it. You'll see it later. I. The city of Everett has the power to provide for the punishment of all practices dangerous to public health or safety, etc. Easy to punish, difficult to mend. So I think I mentioned it before, punishing. We shall punish those who are affected if this goes forward. Let's see, Section 1A. It is unlawful for any person to knowingly use any controlled substance in a public place unless the substance was obtained directly from a prescription. So a person is going to need to be detained first and then asked for their prescription. That person must then have their prescription on them. So kind of like a supply your papers or be arrested. I'm kind of concerned that the 2A people aren't here right now. Get to miss B and C. D, public place. I had an outburst earlier about this. Public place means an area generally, blah, blah, blah. Automobiles, whether moving or not. Last time I checked, my automobile is not a public place, and you best not get into my automobile or my home, because I have one, unless you have a warrant or my consent. So that public place is an automobile that I have issue with. Doorways or windows, again, not necessarily public, because there is the difference of entrances to buildings or dwellings that are visible to public view. So don't come near my doorway, don't come near my window, because it's my house. I don't think I need to put up a no trespassing sign on my own house, although I see that in places, because it's known. I'll skip that because I just put I don't know. And now, drug-free zones violations. That was the question I asked earlier about strict liability felony, but we got that, so it won't be becoming a felony if this indeed does get enacted. Oh, let's see. So we're on Section 2, drug-free zones, going to D. Et cetera, et cetera. Conduct took place entirely within a private residence. That's classist. So if you have a home, you can feel free to do all of the drugs that you like, just so long as they are, well, and have no children under the age of 18. By all means, we're not going to find any problem with you whatsoever. And, oh, yes, so in E, the 1,000 feet of the school, this is a question. I have a comment about it, but 1,000 feet, I know we talked about it a little bit before with the buffer zones, but is that approximately 2 blocks? Or what is that, like, ish? Give me a ish example.
I think a standard block is 500-something feet, so yeah,
Okay.
it is. And if I could just make one point of clarification, the drug-free
please.
zones are existing in the Everett Municipal Code, so that's not new language.
So it's not what?
It's not new language, this is
Right.
not, okay, just wanted to clarify.
I'm just, yes, thank you for clarifying that. So I've got a really big yard. It's in South Everett, where we don't have blocks and stuff. And it was interesting, because this is 1,000 feet of school, which is, you know, great. Or bus stops. I don't know how far away bus stops are from each other, but they're pretty close together, so I don't know if there'd be like a moment to, you know, do some drugs outside. But it's 200 feet from my backyard fence to the street, and that's really quite far away. And I just thought that that was an interesting, you know, that it would have to be like, you know, 2 times 5 of my backyards to be far, far away from a school, which is cool, you know. And those, oh, no, wait, Section 8, because I always talk about Section 8, not housing, although I talk about that as well. It is expressly the purpose of this ordinance to provide for and promote the health, safety, and welfare of the general public, and not to create or otherwise establish or designate any particular class or group of persons who will or should be especially protected or benefited by the terms of this ordinance. I think that you can see here by everybody's comments, for or against, that there certainly is a group or 2 or 3 that are more or less protected or benefited by this ordinance. And
Councilmember?
frankly, it's not the user. I'm done. You can,
I
yes?
don't mean to interrupt, but I do know you've raised this issue on Section 8 a number of times, but I just want to point out that that is boilerplate that we put in all our ordinances, and the reason is very specific, is because of the public duty doctrine in this state. And it's to make it clear that within very narrow technical meaning of the words in that section, we're not creating a special relationship, which is an exception to the public duty doctrine, because we don't want to incur liability every time we pass an ordinance.
I understand that, and I thank you so much for bringing that clarity. and I still have the opinion that I have, whether it's wrong or not. So those are the very specific things that I have for public use consumption for this ordinance specifically. I'll find my stigma piece of paper and let other people talk.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Vice President Toohey.
Yeah, Lacey, on the public place, can you just explain all those things that are unlisted under D?
Yeah, sure. Just very generally, this is something that's commonly used in the law as a definition of public place that is pretty expansive. If there are instances where somebody, for example, did have a privacy interest in being in their vehicle or something, the law accounts for that. For example, there are exceptions to the warrant requirement, specifically exceptions to the warrant requirement when there are crimes occurring within moving automobiles. Otherwise we couldn't get pulled over for traffic violations, for example. So the list of places is meant to be kind of all-inclusive. And if there are case-specific objections to those, it would come out in the prosecution.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I'll go.
Councilmember Schwab.
I just have one. Thank you, everybody. I think, as I mentioned earlier, this is probably one of the most energy that I put in to a particular issue. And this issue runs deep emotionally. I retired from the Everett Fire Department. I served in that capacity for 30 years. I've seen firsthand what addiction and mental illness does to our community. 25 years ago, we had homeless in Everett. I was the guy with the crew that got up in the middle of the night on a rainy, cold, 40-degree temperature and picked someone up off the street. They had nowhere to go, no family, no contact information. This disease and mental illness has also affected me personally, and it affected people that are very close to me emotionally. I'm not in favor of legalizing powerful substances such as fentanyl. This is not marijuana and alcohol anymore. This ordinance is not a single entity in this battle that we're having in our society. We can argue this one thing, we can argue every little components that we are facing, but it's a large package. Like the other councils here, everyone here, and I can't even hardly sleep at night over this issue. I'm sure many of you in this room are the same. We're all here struggling. We all have compassion for the most vulnerable, the unhoused, and the mental illness and addiction. Excuse me, I'm talking, sir. And I remain a strong advocate for treatment, including healthcare and mental health facilities. I will continue to fight for them in communities in our neighborhoods that aren't going to be a popular item because it's the right thing to do. Fentanyl and meth are prevalent in our community, and they're responsible for killing, we all know, lots of people, including those that are close to me. And now we have Trank. It's the animal tranquilizer that they're mixing, that Narcan does not have any effect. So Narcan is not going to work. Right now we have, you read your statistics, 10% or so of the blue pills have Trank in them in this community. Philadelphia, it's much higher. This ordinance is not about throwing people in jail. If this is about loading a bus down the street and filling people up that are homeless, it's going to last about a week. That's not the intention. Now, I know everyone wants to categorize things to make their point, and I appreciate that. For me, this is about intervention. It's not going to solve every addiction issue. And I don't have the answer for everyone. I'm hoping that this will add an additional tool to our law enforcement and to our public drug office, our public attorney, I know there's very few people that get thrown in jail for drugs. They're almost always diverted to treatment. I'm hoping this is an additional tool that they will be able to use to get some people off the street. And I'll continue to look forward with my colleagues and the mayor. This is a battle that many communities are in war with, and we will continue to come up with more and more issues. And if we have to address the state law or some other issue that comes up, I have the confidence that we're going to do the right thing. And just to finish, I trust the law enforcement and our drug courts to implement this ordinance fairly, equitably, and balanced.
Thank you. Councilmember Zarlenko.
You know, I've spent a couple of sessions riding along with police and with fire, and as many of you probably know, some 87, I think it is, % of our fire calls are medical these days. A great many of those are drugs. So I've watched how our first responders have, in recent times, I can't go back as far as Councilmember Schwab does, but I've watched their reactions are compassion and life-saving and not punitive. The focus here seems more to be on tools to act against a very small section of our population that are victimizing the rest. And an element of that that's particularly potent here is the addictive nature of fentanyl and tranq. I spent a year on the board of our Snohomish Health District and spent some real time with them learning about addiction, opioid use disorder. And some of what you hear sounds discouraging because you hear that without some particular help or prodding, some of these people will never get out of that addiction. The fentanyl and tranq, compared to hard drugs when I was young, and even maybe more recently, 25 years or so ago, heroin and cocaine, fentanyl and tranq, they make those pale in comparison. And we seem to have a population that's really stuck. And what we're looking at here is not a lack of compassion, but an effort to increase the range of our tools and options to try to get more people into treatment. So I'll leave that there. I have a little more to say on the other ordinance we're looking at this evening, but I have to say I see things very similar to the way that Councilmember Schwab does in terms of trying to get more treatment, trying to get more tools.
Thank you. And for my part, I will just thank everyone who wrote to us and is here tonight to address us on this issue. This is obviously, we don't get a full house like this for every issue, so it obviously has a lot of public interest. I've heard lots of reasons in favor and opposed to this. But I want to make it clear that I agree with those who wrote to us and have spoken to us on this to say this is not a solution. This is not a solution. This isn't a solution because there really isn't a solution. There's not one thing we can do to solve substance use disorder. Anyone who has loved someone who suffers from the disease of addiction knows that there are hundreds of ways that people find their way into recovery, and we need to provide a pathway to all those 100 paths for everyone. And for some people that I know and love, that pathway involved being involved in a law enforcement issue that ended up setting them on a path where they had a choice to be in jail or they could choose to go into recovery. And that was a success for them. And that's one pathway, that's one story, that's one person. So I know that it can work. I know it won't work for everyone because there's not a solution. We have to come up with all sorts of different approaches to how we can help people get out of the cycle that they're in with substance abuse disorder. So I will support this because I think it gives another tool and makes at least one pathway that may help somebody down the road. If the state ends up passing another law that we are preempted from posing ours, we will deal with that when that comes. But for now, to all those people, I know there are a lot of business owners that are deeply worried about their ability to continue to own a business and live and work in our community because of what's going on. There are people who have told me stories that their customers drive right by if they see what's going on in front of their business. So I know that we have a lot of people suffering in different ways in our community, and this is something that I think will give our police and our law enforcement another tool to kind of help that mitigate that situation that we also have occurring. So with that, are there any last comments before we call the roll? Councilmember Fossey.
Okay, so one of the recent key findings that the North Sound Commission study found was like in the next 5 years that our treatment beds the need for them are going to be insufficient. We all know this. Everything's insufficient. So having that solution of just saying, oh, well, this is going to be a tool for people to get treatment, there's no treatment available. We don't have a massive investment in it. So we are just going to be arresting people. And when we don't even have capacity for doing the testing to prosecute them, we're just involving them in this cycle of trauma over and over and over again. I think some folks maybe that may not be supporting this policy today is not because they are against public safety. Anybody that knows me knows my other hat. I am very involved in it and active in that arena, and it is not about that. Something needs to be done, but this is not the answer. It's a very outdated, antiquated model that has been proven not to be effective. And I want a solution. And if the state does not come up with something that preempts us, which they may in 13 days, then we need to come up with something that actually works. And I do not think that this is the answer. I very much agree that people are worried. Something needs to be done, and I think something will be. This is just not the answer. So I'm not voting today for decriminalization. It's just that we can do better, and either this is going to be null and void, or we're going to need to. So, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Vogely.
I found the stigma thing, but I'm not going to read it. As this passes tonight, as it looks like it probably will, it does seem to me to be a bit of an unfunded mandate of sorts. And I know that, okay, so there will be more arrests. Our EPD is already short-staffed. Our court staff is short-staffed. Public defenders, short-staffed. Jail staff, short-staffed. There will be significant more municipal court time, more indigent defense fees, more complaints from residents. You know, you think they're calling now, we're gonna pass this ordinance, and they're still gonna be calling because those people, because we hardly put anybody in jail, those people are still gonna be out in front of Fred Meyer. I am still gonna be saying hello as I walk by, waving if I drive. More jail time costs more money. There will be more, that's for the buffer zone, that's more space to cover. But this will cost more money, and we will get more calls. I'm just guessing. I will look at the data after it happens. We will get more calls from businesses and residences saying, why aren't you doing anything? Why haven't you arrested all of these people? Why are they still back on the streets? Didn't you do something at city council? Well, maybe.
Vice President Toohey.
Yeah, I appreciate all the comments from everybody and everyone on the dais here. The one issue that I just want to be mindful of with everybody is that this is a public health hazard for everyone here in our room, in this room. It's not just the people that are using drugs. It's not going to solve all their issues. But when you're in a store and somebody goes into the bathroom and smokes fentanyl and they don't have adequate ventilation, and the salespeople have to try to deal with that. And that happened to me when I was at Marshall's. They freaked out. They didn't know what to do. How could they get rid of this smell that nobody wants to go touch? So this is a public health risk for a lot of people in our community. And it's not going to solve all the issues with those that are doing the drugs, that are addicted. We don't have all the resources, but we do have to try to find a balance where we can balance what we can do and what we can help other people so that it does not become a health hazard. We could put some of these resources in there. It's just one more tool, but it really can be a health hazard in our community, and we need to consider that. Thank you.
Councilmember Ryan.
Great, thank you. I just wanted, all of my other comments have been shared, so I will not repeat those. But did want to just share a reminder that banning public substance use does not eliminate drug use. It just moves it into alleyways and carports, our parks, our library, backs of the libraries, marshals. It doesn't eliminate drug use in our communities. And with the effects of fentanyl, and now fentanyl with tranq, it's horrifying. It's horrifying what it does to a person's body. It's horrifying what it does to our communities. I get it. I see it. I understand it completely. My no vote tonight's not a vote for public drug use. It's for a different approach to solving this issue in our communities. I'd like to offer a suggestion that administration or council or both lobbies the county to pass a levy to work on building treatment centers in the county. We lack it so hard, and it's so sad that we want solutions and we don't know what to do. Treatment centers, that's what we do. We build treatment centers and give people places to go with holistic care to address the reasons that they are needing services. So I just wanted to put that out there today, and that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Franklin.
I just want to say thank you for that, Councilmember Ryan, and just so you know, our staff have been lobbying county staff for hopeful utilization of some of their resources towards treatment. And as I meet with executive summers or county council members, I will continue to share that, but would love to have all of us lobbying in that same way. So thank you.
Councilmember Vogely.
And also, thank you, Councilmember Ryan and Mayor, and I just want to encourage the community to allow them in your neighborhoods. We need these things in our neighborhoods so that they're not in your driveways, so they can be in a building, maybe next to your driveway. That's all.
Thank you. Any last questions or comments? Clerk, will you please take the roll?
So, Council President, what exactly is the vote on?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we had a motion and a second before we had the motion to table. So we are voting on the amended Council Bill 2304-29, item 11.
Okay, so it's to accept staff's proposed amendments and adopt the ordinance as amended.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Zarlingo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan.
No.
Councilmember Tui.
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse.
No.
Councilmember Schwab.
Yes.
Councilmember Vogely.
No.
President Stonecipher.
Yes. Now we'll move on to item 12. I will read it into the record, and then staff will give us an update. Then we'll take public comment, kind of same story. But we will also be, once we take public comment, we'll be adjourning for a 15-minute executive session as requested from the city attorney. And then after that executive session, we will return for council comments and questions, and then we will take our action. Item 12 is Council Bill 2304-30, third and final reading. Adopt an ordinance relating to public health and safety, creating service facility buffer zones for social service providers, shelter and temporary housing providers, and other high-impact areas, and amending Title IX of the Everett Municipal Code by enacting a new chapter, 9.54 EMC. I think I have to take a motion. Take a motion and a second to put it on the table.
I'll make a motion.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. The item's on the table, and we have Lacey Offit back.
Good evening again. I will again be very brief. I want to highlight for council the changes that were made following the last reading, the second reading, so changes between the second reading and the third reading that are before you tonight. The one that I want to highlight is the amendment to the definition of service facility buffer zones. It now allows for smaller zones where natural barriers or conditions make that appropriate. The mayor would, in her designation, make that smaller zone defined in the designation. And then, of course, accordingly, it would be updated in the map. So this would allow for example, smaller areas where geographic barriers don't make sense, or man-made barriers like a highway. Happy to take any questions about any of the amendments, but I wanted to highlight that one.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or clarifications for Lacey before we listen to public comment?
There's also additional staff that want to speak to this as
I'm
well.
sorry.
I just wanted the legal
Go ahead.
speak first.
Okay,
Thanks for
thank you.
We also invited our social work supervisor, who's been working with our co-ed team for the last 5+ years, who on a regular basis sees the conditions of our residents on living unsheltered or suffering in our community. And this is Kelly Rourke, and she is leading the growth as well of our social worker teams, and she is just an amazing person to have included on our staff. So welcome, Kelly.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kelly Rourke. I work in the Community Development Department, and I supervise the city's social workers. My team serves and compassionately cares for all of the Everett community. The reality our social workers face every day is complex, and they work incredibly hard to connect those in need to the appropriate services. At times, service providers unintentionally create challenges in our community. Our social work team has witnessed the unintended consequences that occur at service locations when congregate and problematic behaviors are left unaddressed. These areas can make it easy for those who want to inflict harm to those we are meant to protect. Our unhoused residents accessing services may become victims when their aggressors seek them out at these locations. Our unhoused residents have been robbed, they have been physically assaulted, they have been dealt drugs that have led to overdose and death, and verbally accosted. My team worked with an individual who was receiving services in a known problem area. An aggressor waited and hung out nearby, and upon leaving the service, this individual was assaulted by their aggressor. This person suffers a disability to this day due to this assault. No human being should have to experience this. Without providing alternative options and tools like the service buffer zones, behaviors that are challenging may continue to occur and perpetuate the issues our community is faced with. It is possible this ordinance could lead our unhoused residents to have additional interactions with police. These encounters can be positive and provide opportunities such as a referral to our social work team, Snohomish County Lead, and even our jail mental health professionals. Yes, it could potentially lead to jailing. However, no person has been arrested and booked into jail for violating Everett's no sit, no lie ordinance. When the no sit, no lie was implemented on Smith Avenue, our social work team educated those congregating in the area about what their options might be. People were connected to treatment, detox, shelter, and other service providers. Some of those on Smith Avenue did move to new locations, and my team followed. We continued our efforts to connect them to care. If buffer zones are implemented, my team will do the same at these identified locations. Service buffer zones are a potential solution that may keep our community protected while maintaining the service provisions which are necessary for positive change. Community members have shared they are afraid walking our streets. Service providers who intend to provide services are at times afraid to go to work. Our businesses have shared the harm and concerns this has caused for them on a daily basis. Fear of crime is real. And all of our community, all of them, deserve to feel safe. They should be able to go about their day without concern that harm may befall them. In closing, we need adequate services and options for our unhoused. We want families to feel safe when they are walking our streets, businesses to thrive, and new tools to solve the complexities our community is faced with. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? No, thank you, that was wonderful. So Angie, who do we have signed up to speak on item 12?
Are we able to have one person speak back on 11?
Certainly.
On Zoom, I have Jeremy Olson. And Jeremy, if you're there, you can unmute and turn your camera on. If Jeremy's not ready, then I'll come back to you if you can hear me. So we'll go on to number 12 then, online. I have Brennan. Brennan, if you could unmute and turn your camera on, thank you. And state your full name, city of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi there, my name is Brennan Hart. I am a member of City of Everett. Hello, members of the City Council and those in attendance at this meeting. I am here on behalf of Cocoon House, where I work as an outreach advocate to young people experiencing homelessness. I would like to voice my strong opposition to the proposed new code, EMC 95420A. This code negatively impacts people experiencing homelessness, specifically the young people Cocoon House serves. Youth and young adults already have limited places to go if they are without a place to sleep at night, and this code will further limit safe places for them to be. Pushing them further from service providers will also, in effect, keep them from accessing services we provide, making places of safety into areas of legal risk for our clients if they should choose to sit down near our property. Sometimes our young people sleep outside in areas that are well lit and more populated as a strategy to keep themselves as safe as possible. This ordinance would force them into more isolated areas without nearby support, which heightens their risk of experiencing assault or theft, creating more vulnerability. This bill also negatively impacts our ability as service providers to provide life-saving supports. While permits can be granted, it still adds unnecessary barriers for us to be able to provide supportive services, which could lead us to being less efficient and less effective in helping the young people in our community. Furthermore, the vague language of the bill leaves too much room for interpretation. Whether or not someone gets questioned for giving food or drink to a person out on the street in a buffer zone, which this code makes illegal, is entirely up to a law enforcement official's discretion. This is not to mention how buffer zones will be kept track of. How would a private citizen know they are providing something illegal unless they are deeply involved in local politics? This is problematic on many levels. This code will be discriminatory against not only those who are experiencing homelessness, towards any citizen of Everett. With how much room for interpretation is being afforded in this bill, it is up to law enforcement to decide whether someone is simply sitting on a bench outside or breaking the law. We have seen decades of this thinking lead to laws being disproportionately enforced upon people of color, people who identify as LGBTQ, women, and of course the young people we serve at Cocoon House. Finally, the fiscal impacts of enforcing this code will cost more to the people of Everett in the long run than it would to properly support people of this population. Punitive policy approaches that center incarceration have been proven to be costly and ineffective in solving the issue of homelessness. This ordinance would be extremely ineffective and harmful, taking us clearly in the wrong direction. I strongly urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like that's all I have for online. So we'll move to chambers. And if Brian could please come to the podium, followed by David.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Brian Olson, and I'm a property owner and business owner in the city of Everett. Actually, I was going to start that by not actually as a business owner or property owner. I was going to start it by stating that I'm a father, grandfather, and a dad. And what's in front of us is really two different issues, the drugs and the homelessness. And they both need to be addressed. And I feel for the homeless, and I feel that we need treatment centers, and we need more treatment centers, and we need to take care of those people. We also need more police officers, and we need to empower the police officers. I left this council meeting, the very first council meeting I've ever been to, last Wednesday, and the following day, we had a dump trailer out in front of 6932 in Evergreen Way next to Rodland Toyota. It was stolen. Had multiple locks on it. Today I go to the same center where People's Bank is next to Rodland Toyota, and we have a homeless person in front of one of the businesses. I confronted her and asked if she would move on, and she proceeded to pull a knife. She was a good person. She was not on drugs. And she was one of those people that we need a treatment center for. I talked with her, asked her where she was going. The unfortunate thing is that she picks up and she leaves and she heads to Big Lots. So the problem just continues to move. I think from my travels the last couple of months to Seattle, it used to be you go to Seattle and it would be under the bridges, the homelessness and the drugs. Today, I'm driving that same route through to the University of Washington. It's not just under the bridges, it's through residential home districts. There's homelessness and graffiti at the colleges. And we've got an issue in front of us, and it's a big issue, and I support the buffer no-lie sit zone. I don't think it's the answer, but I think it's part of the answer. It's, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? And I think that's how we have to address this. And not every homeless person is an addict, but some of them are. And we need to address them differently, but there has to be consequences, and there's got to be accountability for people's actions. And if we do that, we can make a difference. We're not going to turn the corner tomorrow or today, but every little thing that we do, like we did here in the last vote, is going to make a difference. And we will have to maybe make some changes. But we need to hire more officers. We need to empower them to be able to do their jobs. And we need to get a hold of the county to fund us some treatment centers. Part of the problem that we have in the city is that the county and the jail
30 seconds.
is here in this city. Where do you think every person that gets arrested from Edmonds, Mill Creek, Mukilteo, wherever it may be, you know where they end up? They end up here. And when they get released, there isn't a family member picking them up. They're walking out in the street, and it becomes another Everett problem. So the businesses are here to help. And am I out of time? Okay. There is something I want you to look at in Marysville. It's called the Hoff House. It's publicly funded. She houses 10 women in each home, and they can stay for a maximum of 3 years, and she has had phenomenal success with these women. Anyway, thank you for your time. Thank you for serving. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I just noticed there was another Brian.
Was I not the right one?
No, I should have specified. It's okay, either or, but Brian Partington? Apologies for that.
It's the parade of Brians. Hi, my name is Brian Partington. I live at 2005 33rd Street in Everett, which is like my neighbor over here. Is across the street from Andy's place, as well as the Compass Health facilities. And I would say that his description of the situation in our neighborhood is highly accurate. I would also add that my child, my child's school transportation has refused to pick her up at a designated stop. We get door service, so that's extra convenient for me, but the reason for that is because the bus driver does not feel safe for the alley pickup due to drug use in the alley between Broadway and Lombard. But where I differ is that we are also on the perimeter of the existing no sit, no lie area. And I believe that some of the uptick in people being, my timer's not going. Okay, sorry. So while the people in the existing no sit, no lie area have benefited, and I'm sure you've heard from them about the benefits of no sit, no lie in their area, it has had consequences to areas beyond the no sit, no lie, specifically when people are told that they are just to go to the other side of Broadway. And I worry that the imposition of more of these zones, while it may benefit myself and my neighbors personally, will impact our neighbors 2 blocks away, and so on and so forth, with the imposition of more areas until
30 seconds.
homelessness ends up in the areas of minimal political power and will stay there. And I don't think that that is an adequate solution. I would like to see more outreach and intervention, which I haven't seen a lot of. It may be invisible to me. I know that our COETS team and our firefighters and police are in the area, but not typically as a proactive measure, performing proactive outreach. And I think that that would be the more natural first step,
Time is
seemingly, rather than criminalizing and using that as a pretense to make contact with people who are laying on the street. Thank you.
Thank you. David, if you could come to the podium, followed by William.
Hello, my name is David Webster and I live in Edmonds. I'm the store manager of the Mill Creek Fred Meyer in South Everett. I'm testifying to express my support for the service facility buffer zones ordinance, as well as the ordinance prohibiting public consumption of controlled substances. I believe these measures could have a tremendous impact on prioritizing the safety of our associates and the community. Safety is our top priority at Fred Meyer, and we take our responsibility for the safety of our customers and associates very seriously. In the area surrounding my store, the volume of crime incidents, by nature of the illicit activities in our area, has become more dangerous and violent. The biggest example in our case being the area around the bus stop directly southwest of my store. And just this afternoon, we had someone OD on our sidewalk right in front of one of our entrances. We have employed many new measures and safety tactics. Now we need help from the City of Everett to support our community so our customers can rely on having the ability to safely shop in our store for essential items. My store has experienced lost revenue and at a record pace in terms of stolen merchandise and new security measures. We do not want to have to reduce community access to our stores, but we may have to do so to ensure the safety of our associates and our customers. So, I'm here in support of the measures under your consideration that are intended to help ensure the safety and viability of the community in our stores, which are critical to our infrastructure and the entire business community. We believe these measures will go a long way toward deterring crime and protecting the citizens of Everett. Thank you.
Thank you. William, if you could please come to the podium, followed by Laura.
I'm William Franks. I've been a city resident for 32 years and worked up at the Boeing Company for 38 years. And I've seen a lot of change of homelessness. It used to be, where I came from, called the town drunk. And it's magnified considerably. And you can't ship them in a bus somewhere. So I started getting to know them since I retired. So I started cleaning the streets because they seem to get the blame for it. You know, so I was cleaning the courthouse tonight and found out about this meeting. I thought it was kind of interesting. And I'm sitting there thinking, somehow we have to help these people. And I believe this ordinance is now going to penalize people that provide donation food to those less fortunate, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct? $500 fine and 90 days in jail? Is that part of this ordinance 12?
Two different subjects. The buffer zone is about,
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
maybe my name's up here. I just wrote down 12. Well, as far as the homeless goes, it's easy to just look at them and think they're all the same. We classify them, but I've been working with them, cleaning the city, and it was interesting because when I cleaned the courthouse, they came out and asked me questions like, where's the, Department of Health Department? And woman jumped out and says, about time you guys cleaned up. So I got a company up the street, don't I? We're called the Ragamuffin Road Recovery Group. These are homeless people helping to clean our streets. So it's just something, they're not willing not to do anything, but I'm just thinking we have to help them somehow. We can't ship them out. But I don't want to see the services. I'm not rich, I'm not poor, but if I can contribute $500 a month to get them food and provide it to them, you know, and maybe get them some treatment. I'd love to buy the Walmart down on 99, teach them some skills, but I'm not that rich. I'd like to be able to create a place down the street into a shower and a laundromat for them, call it God's House of Cleanliness, because they have no place to go. You know, volunteered by me, low budget. But once again, people that I've talked with, real estate, commercial people, and they say, everybody will support you, they'll give you the same answer. Not in my neighborhood. But anyway, I'm Bill Franks. We got to help them. Can't kick them out. Thank you.
President Stonecipher, I was just hoping staff could speak to the provision of services, which is still allowed under certain circumstances, and if you could explain that. because I
Yeah,
think
the
that's
way that
probably-
the ordinance is created is that we will have a permitting process, so that if there is outreach work to be done, that we just, have a process for understanding where it's going to be done, how it's going to be done, who they're serving. There's service, security, sanitation, just like we would ask for any service provider to provide for us. And the provision as well, and we can certainly call Lacey back up here if I screw this up, but that the services can't be provided to people within the buffer zone who are sitting or lying. So there's a nuance within that, that, you know, you're not going to provide services to a congregate group of people that are laying around, because that will just add kind of that magnet behavior that then the residents or the businesses become challenged by. So that, I think, is the intention of trying to regulate the services that are also provided in a buffer zone. That answer that for you? Okay.
Thank you. Is that all we have signed up to speak?
Hi, my name is Laura Reed, and I live at 1909 Hoyt Avenue in Everett, District 1. So I want to share with you a story that happened almost 3 years ago today, right outside this building. So I was at a protest, it was 2020, and I noticed a man who was banging his head against the Ten Commandments monument over here. And me and my friend ran over and tried to figure out what was going on. And he was very upset. He was older, probably between 60, 65. And he handed me a crumpled up paper. And the crumpled up paper, you could tell it's been wet a few times. And he was extremely upset. He asked me, "Can you read this paper to me? And can you read this, can you read this paper? The police told me to come here on this day, but I'm not sure why." And that paper, he didn't have any glasses, so he couldn't read it. And so that paper was a trespassing charge. He was homeless. He got a trespassing citation, but because he couldn't read because of his glasses, and he had a little bit of a mental defect or mental complication as well, he didn't quite understand what that was about. And so, these things do impact me. When I see that kind of thing on the street, I think about that man who was older, newly homeless, and didn't really know exactly why he had a citation. He didn't really, I don't think he understood it was a citation. So I'm against the no sit, no lie, especially to do with the mutual aid and the giving of aid and helping people and harm reduction. It is only going to accomplish one thing, and that is to move people from one location to another. This ordinance tries to clean up an oil spill with a beach ball. It is going to just push around. People are going to end up going into residential areas. They're going to end up again under bridges, and they're just going to continue to be pushed around over and over again. And it's just going to create an environment where people who are already displaced and unstable are going to be
30
even
seconds.
more displaced and unstable. So please reject this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason, if you could come to the podium, and then our last individual will be Ashley.
Jason, District 2, resident and business owner. I agree that something needs to be done. I agree that we have to find alternative solutions. The thing that really bothers me about it is because I have a unique understanding of what it's like to be homeless and realize that the places that are on this bill also feed. And people are gonna hike on blistered, tired feet to these places to get a meal. And are they gonna be a target? I think it does make Kelly and the social workers' job that much harder if we criminalize it, because we already have a healthy fear of officers in our active addiction. I think it'll make her job harder. That's just my perspective. What hurts my heart beyond any measure is when I read that line that criminalizes me, performing, passing out water, resources, and to people in need. Because that's the only damn tool I got. That bottle and that water and that muffin is the only tool I got to make a human connection with somebody laying on the sidewalk and ask them if they are ready for something else and help. The officers, big organizations, they get fancy cars, they get police escorts, they have weapons. I got a water and a muffin. And if you take my ability to pass out that water and that muffin, you're taking the only tool I got to go out there and make a difference. I'm not out there to pass out a water. I'm out there to ask, are you okay? Do you need help? Are you ready for treatment? My recovery center is over here. You can come over here. I'm there for a reason. And I know there's a permit process. I've been begging for the way to get the permit since the original no-lie law went into effect. I have yet to be provided a permit. What I did get was police calls asking me to move on. And like Kelly, I went from one bridge to the next bridge to the next bridge. My clients weren't impacted. My friends were impacted. I got the firsthand experience of what it's like to find a body, to try to do CPR on somebody that's already way too gone for me to be putting my hands on. I only ask that you remove service providers' clause in there that says it's illegal for me to pass out water. It's illegal for me to pass out muffins if they're in possession of a blanket, if they're in possession of a backpack, or if they're in the area.
30 seconds.
I don't know my way around Everett except for these places that have high-impact homelessness. I still have to Google map everything. Please, today, do not take away the only tools I have to go out there and make a difference. Thank you.
And if Ashley could please come to the podium.
Thank you. My name is Ashley LaFond. I'm representing myself as a member of Snohomish County and a worker in the city of Everett. As a formerly homeless individual, I have faced many struggles in life, including run-ins with police officers, and have spent time in jail for theft while trying to acquire basic needs items and food. But with support from agencies and wonderful community members, I was able not only to get housing, get my GED, and graduate college with a 3.97 grade point average, with my focus being in social and human services. Experiencing the support I got from these amazing service workers and community members when I was at one of the lowest points in my life inspired me to make a career out of supporting others and making as big of an impact as was made on me. I told myself that I would never go back to committing crimes. However, when faced with the choice of treating others with human decency, providing food, water, basic needs, and life-saving measures like Narcan, I intend to violate this order. I will not stop staying true to my values and providing a helping hand to any community member that's in need. I may be an outreach worker, but I should absolutely not need a permit to be a decent human being. I heard an argument about how the unhoused are at risk of being assaulted at service provider locations. Can we prevent all assaults from occurring? The answer is no. The impact is not only on the alleged aggressors of the assaults, but will disproportionately impact all of the unhoused seeking services. I can attest to the fact that service provider locations are not common places for people looking to assault others. The main reason that most people go there is to get services, and those are the ones that are also going to be negatively impacted. Furthermore, in regards to the no sit, no lie, this makes an impact solely on the individuals in the very places they are seeking support to be able to better their circumstances. I'm not sure how the city can justify penalizing any individual for the act of seeking support and services to be able to meet their basic needs and find safe housing and shelter. Oftentimes, the unsheltered do not have access to a phone or a watch and show up early to service providers in an attempt to ensure they make their appointment time. Restricting the ability to be able to distribute food and water, both essential needs for survival, and restricting Narcan, a life-saving drug, is condemning the unhoused Everett City residents that currently struggle with addiction to death. Sorry, I'm not good at public speaking. Let me see where I was at.
You have 30 seconds.
I hear many people concerned about garbage. Well, to those concerned about garbage, I say this. We know where to put the garbage. We have a plan about how to handle it. It's called waste management. However, it's sad when the city has a better plan about where to put garbage and no functional or realistic plan on where to put the living human beings who are currently unsheltered in the city of Everett. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Stonecipher, that concludes our public comments, except.
I didn't get a chance to speak, and I did fill out a form. That's fine. You can speak, come forward and state your name and your city of residence.
Thank you. My name is Linda Hawkins, and I live in Marysville. I do work with the embedded social workers. I've been doing homeless outreach for a couple of decades. I also help parents nationwide for years to get their kids help that are young and over 17. Some are in their 40s, that have addiction, mental health, and homeless issues. Everywhere I go, I have coworkers that are homeless that are making decent salaries but can't afford rent. This is not just a homeless problem. Those people are silent and you don't see them. They live in their cars and they go to work. I think we need to ask ourselves some good questions like, what is the causes of addiction? People think it's drugs, but it's actually trauma and judgment and stigmatism. It is all kinds of things. Lack of housing is huge. If we can't get folks that want to go into detox and rehab beds all the time, how are we going to get all of these people in jail into detox and beds? Jail is not the place to handle this. We have service providers that can help with that, but we need the facilities, and we don't have them, and we don't have the funding. We have empty hotels. I was part of the Days In homeless program. We have nonprofits misappropriating money from Compass Health, who had HARPS funding, then to the Hand Up Project, who had HARPS funding. I help people that live in Compass Health housing. I find people that are passed away that I can't help, and I find other people that I can't help, but people don't know how to maneuver the system and do their jobs. So I wrote something, homelessness is a human right violation. State, counties, and cities have a civil obligation to find solutions that don't involve institutions. Dignity and human rights are fair and constitutional. When we see too many sleeping on the ground, they are punished when no solutions can be found. They are blamed for systemic failure, nuisance, and crime. Really, reality says it's a failure of government, leaders, money, and time. We look at the homeless with judgment and blame, instead of failure of our citizens to see them as human. Our homeless needs access to public places, come up with solutions for housing, services, look in their faces. We need housing first. How many drug-addicted homeless people would say no to housing? They wouldn't, they don't. We have people that aren't addicted on housing lists for 3-4 years. So we have a housing problem. We have a problem that we don't have enough resources for these people. We understand the need to reduce crime, drugs, and make citizens feel safer, balancing the giant scale of homelessness and those that vote. Please don't put our homeless on a sinking boat. Sensible solutions for all, not Band-Aids for their bare feet. Please don't ban the faces we see on the street so our friends have a place to lay their heads and feet. Long-term solutions make more sense for all versus putting up more fences and walls. These are our parents, children, sisters, and brothers. Pushing them away from services they need with no place to lay their head will make citizens happy and our homeless dead. Solve the root issues, not just what you see. Join the daily advocating on the street. Help us wash their hands and feet. Please come up with humane solutions that provide sensible services and not institutions. So let's work together to find reasonable short and long-term solutions that will benefit the community and the homeless long-term. And I'm asking that you delay this. I know eventually this is going to go into effect, but please delay it. Please meet with homeless and community advocates, the housing people. I have a meeting that we're getting everybody together once a month and talking about the grants and the things that are coming about. We've got Rochelle Long, our embedded social worker in Marysville, speaking next week. We have multiple recovery places. I work with Judy Hoff, I work with Jason, all of these people that are just fighting so hard every day to get people help. Meet with us. We're the ones on the streets. We can help find solutions that will work for everybody. I own a home. I live a couple blocks from Compass Health and Everett Clinic, and Marysville's wonderful. I love my city government, but we still have homeless people in Marysville, even with those laws actively using all over the streets. So there is no one-size-fits-all. Please talk to us. If you can give us some time, we can come up with some solutions with you. Thank you.
Shall we go around the room and see if there's any more?
I think we've got one.
Okay.
Paula Townsell, Everett resident for more than 40 years. I know there are complexities to this issue. I appreciate staff pointing that out. I am still opposed to item 12, no sit, no lie zone, the ordinance. Specifically, I did a nice little visual aid underneath my notes, and if you take the city of Everett and you take a no sit, no lie zone the size of Smith, and you take it right down from Rucker all the way to the Evergreen Way, as it turns into 99 when it leaves the city, about 7 well-placed no sit, no lie zones, and you're out of Everett. So we move them from Evergreen Way and Rucker. Maybe we can go then down to Broadway, where we can run into the Smith Street one, do about 5, 6 of them there, and you've taken care of that problem too, and you have a huge problem in the city of Everett. I understand that is not the goal. I understand we have a better plan. I think we can improve on the plan we're looking at tonight. While I'm opposed, I'm all about mitigation. If there's a way we can improve and come up with some consensus we can all live with, I would recommend it. I would recommend that we have this buffer zone before implementation anywhere in the city should run through the Public Safety Committee of the City Council. I believe we need to have a better system of checks and balances on this. We need to look at this ordinance 10 years from now, when I'm still going to be in Everett, and most of you all will not be sitting up there. By choice, I'm sure. That aside, we need to make sure this ordinance stands up to whoever is operating and running the city and supporting the policies and the values of our city. I would like to see this changed. I think we can get this implemented in a way that council is able to put checks and balances with a future mayor, this council, future council. I am concerned specifically when we have folks like store owners speaking in favor of buffer zones. The buffer zone is specifically for service providers, specific service providers where we have a problem, where it's a known problem and we're looking for more tools. We have to be careful. We're not going to implement buffer zones around our stores. I shop those stores. I know we have problems, but that's not the solution. That would be likely something legal would even support. We can do better, and I'm looking forward to the discussion from you folks tonight on how we can do better. And thank you all for your dedication tonight. It's been a tough night for you folks. It's been a tough night for us, because it matters and because you folks care and we do too. Thank you again.
Thank you. Last call for any public comments?
That one? Okay. I wasn't going to speak today, but I felt compelled to speak because I'm angry. And that means that my body's telling me, hey, something's wrong and something's not fair here. And
Sorry to interrupt, but can you please
Oh,
state
my
your
name is Laura Murillo. I am a resident of Snohomish County. I live in Bothell, but I go to school and work in Everett. I have experienced homelessness before, and I know the focus here a lot was on addiction, but I left an abusive situation, and I ended up homeless. And I was looking for services, and there were none. I was a college student, full-time, single mom, and I was living out of my car. And I think that people focus on like, oh, there's people out there who can harm someone that's looking for services. That could easily be anybody who has had trauma and is facing homelessness. That could have been me. That could be any of us in this room. We all have brains. We all deal with mental health. And I think we're not asking why. That's a big question that we should be asking. Why are people dealing with these things? And I feel like a lot of the humanness is being removed from the conversation. Criminalizing it doesn't work, and adding more barriers to it, it doesn't work. We're trying to work on making it low barrier. And we're not funding the things that work. I work in social services, and I constantly find myself feeling like, why don't we have the help that we need? And in the end, like, I want to help my neighbor. That's all I will have in the end. When I was on the streets, all I had was other people. And if other people can't help me, what else is there? And I just think that it's crazy that something that seems so normal and is so socially acceptable during natural disasters is going to be criminalized. That's it.
Thank you.
My name is Janice Green, and I'm a resident of Everett. And what I'm going to say is very short, because I was just sitting back listening. I'm concerned about the civil rights of the people that are unhoused. They don't have the resources to come with lawyers or with somebody representing them. And I thank all of you that are working in the community, reaching out. But I am very concerned about that, because you're moving these people from one place to another to another. You're criminalizing them getting some type of services. People have told you if they have to come in early, they have to sit, and they may want to sit on, wait for their appointments. It's not like they have great transportation, the ability to move around. And I'm just going to leave it at that, because what I'm hearing means that there's a class of people, the business owners, the people that are housed, the people that have resources are able to be here, able to find folks to present on their behalf, and the people that aren't so well resourced are going to take the brunt of these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
My name is Victoria Burrich, and I live in the city of Everett, a stone's throw from Colby Avenue. The ease with which someone can slip into homelessness is frightening. In order to have a housing navigator help you, if you know where to find one, and if you have the means to do so, you must not have any shelter at all. No couch surfing, no final weeks or days of a lease. You must be on the street, in a homeless shelter, or sleeping in your car. I have been days away from homelessness. I am currently searching for low-income housing for my invisible disability. I have recently been months without income, reliant on charity. I have been forced to go without medication while my Medicaid was suspended. If we are saying that there is a vulnerable population, then we need more resources instead of policing poverty. We need to treat the homeless persons in this community humanely. This means food for the hungry, places of refuge, public bathrooms, and water for the thirsty. I oppose the policies regarding no sit, no lie, and the one that requires additional permits to feed your neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
Okay, we'll go to council member questions and comments.
Were we going to do an executive session?
Oh, did we have any? Let me look at my notes. Yes, you're right. We are going into our executive session. The city council will adjourn for 15 minutes, and we will return with action expected. Okay, the city council is back from our executive session, and we will return to council comments and questions on item 12. Any questions or comments?
Would it be helpful first to have Lacey Offit walk through the changes that have been included from the first reading to this one, which I think was our best attempt to capture what seemed to be consensus improvements in the ordinance?
That sounds reasonable. Thank you, Lacey.
Yes, I'm happy to do so, and thank you for all the feedback. It made amending much easier. So from the first reading to the reading tonight, the first amendment is in section 2, subsection A, the definition of service facility buffer zone. We talked about that earlier in the meeting. The second amendment is subsection C, the qualifying service location, making that more robust. Then we had an amendment to the definition of block, subsection D, again, to make the zones a little bit more sensical. The next amendment is deleting the definition for city street as it became unnecessary through other amendments, which then created an amendment in the lettering to subsection D. No changes to the definition of city property, except that there were exceptions added to account for, as we discussed last week, parks and areas where restaurants might be serving food on the sidewalks. Subsections renumbered E and F were amended to reflect proper numbering, added a definition in subsection G for an encampment, added subsection H for a qualifying event. That's a very long amendment, but that relates to the designation of the service facility buffer zones. The next amendment that you'll see is a little further down in what is proposed EMC 954030. In the designated qualified service locations. The next two amendments in subsections A and B, that's in again 954030, are identical, so I'll only go through them once because they reflect one another, but allowing for some objective criteria in order to meet the criteria for designated qualifying service locations and designated qualifying high-impact locations. Again, those are identical in subsections A and B. And going down to 954040, service facility buffer zone maps, made an amendment to what was originally proposed to include that the maps should be updated every 6 months. And then the following amendments are kind of numerical in nature to reflect the previous amendments.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Councilmember Ryan.
Hi, thank you. I have 2 questions and 3 amendments. Number 1 question, does this ordinance apply to people living or sitting or lying in their car?
If they meet the definition or the prohibition activity, I can't imagine, although I find myself not being very creative in coming up with hypotheticals sometimes, I can't imagine an instance where a person in their car would meet that prohibition.
Okay. And then for Julie, I'm curious, what is the current process to receive the service permit that we were mentioning earlier?
Well, we currently don't have a specific permit for services. That is a future body of work. We currently have through our Public Works Department, a right-of-way use permit, traffic shutdown permit. I don't know all of the exact words. So that's what we've been using right now, or that's what's attached to our current ordinance that was down by Smith Avenue. And so we want to move forward and create a new permit so that it's easy and seamless, and we're able to educate our partners to how to do it, where to do it, and create a process. So.
Okay, thanks. So my first amendment is to, I'd like to make a motion to add, may I make a motion? Oh, I heard a thing. I'd like to make a motion to add a new section, Section 7, and it will state that this ordinance shall go into effect 30 days following the opening of the city's day shelter as provided and intended with the October 5th, 2022 ARPA allocation resolution. And I'd be happy to speak to it if I can get a second.
Second.
Thank you. So I believe that if we're telling people that they can't be in a certain area, then there needs to be a safe and welcoming place that they can go and rest. People don't just evaporate. Without a destination and a place to refer folks, then they either move further away from services, to our city libraries and parks, or deeper into the woods. It only seems fair that services should be available and accessible before we ask people to seek services.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councilmember, Vice President Tui.
Yeah, I just have a question for Julie, who knows a lot about all the places in our city where folks could go. I know we don't have an official, our own day center at this point, but are there other places people can go? I know there are some women's places that they can go during the day.
Well, it's really difficult to specifically say where people can go, also because, you know, we painted some pretty broad strokes tonight, implying that we're going to have buffer zones around every kind of service provider, every shelter, every area within our city, and that's really not the intention of this. And so I think, as Kelly shared, the hope is that if we do have people that are in the service buffer zone, that we have the ability to educate them on the services that are in that buffer zone or anywhere else in our city, and engage with them to help them to access treatment, access 211, access coordinated entry, access getting ID, all of those things that they do. Just because we have this buffer zone doesn't mean that they're not going to do that. And so, again, I could invite Kelly up to share with you, and actually, Councilmember Ryan asked that for us to come forward to our next Health and Human Service Committee meeting to kind of let you know what is the pathway that we provide for people when we're giving, you know, outreach and services that we have control of. The day center is still in its formative stages. We're starting an outreach process with the community to make sure that we're doing that right, and so we want to do it as quickly as we possibly can because we have the ARPA dollars to do that. But that might be several months before it's up and running. And again, it's not a done deal. So I can't guarantee that it's going to be an option. And if it is an option, it may only be 4 or 5 hours a day. So if it's in the morning or in the evening, that won't be a direct service. Some of the people that we run into may be ready for the diversion center, you know, and that is a whole nother resource that we have in our community. So it's really hard to talk in those broad strokes about what exactly would do in each situation.
Thank you.
Someone else had their hand up. I can't. Oh, Councilmember Vogtley.
Did.
Okay. I know personally that the Hoff Foundation has Esther's Place, which is a day center for women and children, and that's on Broadway. And Coet has been there a few times, and they've done fantastic work. And I am there most every week. And so that's just one place. Cocoon House for the youngsters, if you will. I guess, yeah, I think it's kind of a good idea, the not implementing this, if at all, until another service provider, or even there was somebody in the audience, I cannot remember their name, that was like, hey, could you talk to us? You know, the people that are also on the streets working that aren't Coet. Coet does a lot. That is beyond a doubt. They do a lot. So, can we, have it go to public safety or whatever committee so that we can get a real good understanding of what our places of help are within the city of Everett? Because if our experts aren't fully in tune with what there is, then how can we be?
Councilmember Vogely, 2 years ago, we spent a lot of time coming to council and bringing you lists of all of the work we were doing to alleviate homelessness. And at the time, we also invited service providers to start meeting with us on a regular basis to really start addressing the challenges that we had around this. And it helped us to move forward with some of our ARPA projects.
Yeah.
And we continue to have those meetings and engagement and try and bring in service providers to work alongside of us. We are re-engaging the Chart 2.0, where we are asking for people to come in so we can collectively solve problems. And so we also have organizations that actually don't want to work with the city, don't want government funding, and aren't interested in partnering with us. So I think that that's also something that needs to be brought up.
Yeah.
Because we are really transparent. We are really eager to try and help individuals. We want solutions. And this actually is just one tool for when we have great service providers that do really good work and focus on best practices. Cocoon House, for example, they have their own internal policy that they talk to their youth and they say, within 2 blocks of this place, we have to be good neighbors. Please do not congregate here. Please do not smoke in people's backyards. They work with their clients. They are a best practice in trying to ensure that there's no negative community impact. The new treatment opioid licensed therapy that wants to come in, they have an internal practice about protecting their neighborhood. They have internal security that roams the area, talks to people about the rules. So we have service providers that understand the importance of it. Sometimes, however, things happen and magnet behaviors come, and then all of a sudden, we are all inundated with challenges and overwhelmed sometimes with the calls that we're getting, the violence, the theft, all of the concerns of the occupancy in new apartment units. I mean, there's so many things around maybe one area. So that is all this tool is really helping us to try and address. And it doesn't stop us from wanting to get services and get more mental health. I mean, that's all we're trying to do. So it's.
Thank you. No, I really appreciate you saying all of that. And that could almost be like a poster for all of the community to please just let us build some things in all of your backyards, mine included. Please, did you hear what Julie Willie just said? That was amazing. Now let's build some stuff and get some help for people. I still like your idea though, so.
Okay, other council members? Councilmember Schwab.
Yeah, I have some more questions before I want to really talk about the amendment. So about the bigger processes at all. So could I ask some questions about the co-ed team?
Go ahead.
Okay, so who represents our co-ed team here?
Well, remember, co-ed is partially police and
Okay.
social workers, so we have our social worker here, and obviously we
All right,
have
great.
our police.
So I guess I'll just ask my questions. It was brought up earlier about, has there been I guess the perspective is our current no sit, no lie ordinance and how it's applied. Are people still hanging around, loitering in that area at times, and are they been given water and food, and it just happens in some limited amount? And, we're not out there being the water bottle police, are we? I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Could you address that?
We don't have calls or complaints of service providers down on Smith Avenue providing it. I believe at one point we had 2 different providers fill out the use permit, but they weren't for shelter or unsheltered populations. It was like they were doing some kind of community event or something, like the dog spot or something. I can't exactly remember. And then we also know that I believe there were 2 citations, but there's been no arrests for no sit, no lie in that area. And so we haven't criminalized people in that area. We have protected our businesses. We have given tools to the community to balance the additional shelter that we were also able to bring to that community because we provided that kind of safety net for the community in that area.
Okay, and then another question that this came up I was on the council when that passed, but what if all our shelters and all our facilities are full? How is this buffer zone applied?
So I don't think there's a change to how the buffer zone is applied if all of our shelters are full. And the reason for that is the buffer zones don't encapsulate the entire city as would be required by case law.
And then another question too. If a service provider is not interested in a buffer zone and doesn't meet the criteria that the mayor has to declare that buffer zone, that's not going to happen, right? I mean, we're not going to enforce the idea that you have to have one.
Well, I think, again, we don't have exact examples of which locations we would want to apply this. I do believe that the consideration isn't just the service provider, it's also the impacts to the businesses or to the neighborhood or their concerns or other behaviors that are happening around the service agency that they may not have any control of. But that the data that we have would indicate that the city is having impacts, negative impacts, additional calls for service, high use of open air drug use, high use or drug deals, or all those things are all going to be part of our kind of administrative procedures for how we would choose these locations, bring them to the mayor for consideration.
But Councilmember Schwab, I just want to share, there's a number of service providers in, that meet the criteria of shelter or service facility that would be eligible to implement this, but there's no issues around them, so there would be no purpose in implementing it because there are no issues. And so the way that it's drafted is so that staff would make recommendations only when there's a concern. But yeah, there's a multitude of service providers that I can't imagine we would ever put a buffer zone around because they're following all those best practices as Julie Willie referenced.
And those criteria, once reach that point, obviously would be public information at some point.
Several of them are listed within the ordinance, right? So it's very
But when the
delineated.
criteria is met, those numbers, those figures will be public.
Yeah, that's written in the ordinance as well, that
Yeah.
the maps would be included on a website.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tui.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I wasn't noticing in the ordinance anything about notification to the neighborhood or the council in the process, unless I missed it.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely something that could be included in those kind of administrative procedures, that if council wants to be made aware, that we would have that be kind of our operational practice, and/or, a news flash or a, social media post, or, like we can determine how you'd want, or how we want to communicate
Right.
with you and/or
Definitely
with the
feel
community.
we would need to know well in advance, so that we're not surprised.
Yeah, and I won't speak to the practice because that is Julie's department, but the ordinance itself in the buffer zone maps does direct the community development director or designee to establish the maps and provide outreach to the community. So to the extent that your question regarded impacted areas, there would be that required outreach in the ordinance.
Okay. It would be nice to know what that plan looks like, Julie. Like how many days in advance, 30, 60 days or something. Thank you. And And then I just had a question for the mayor. You know, when I look at this, I do see advantages in certain areas, but I also don't like to see a blanket over the city. I know we wouldn't cover all of it legally, but I just wanted to kind of get your vision of how you see this panning out and what the city could look like in, say, a year.
Well, I think the way it is written and the way it would be implemented would be staff that have expertise in this field would make recommendations as to where we need to implement a buffer zone. It would be, you know, the community development staff, the police department, the legal team that advises, probably, you know, planning, that advises the mayor that this is an area that needs a buffer zone and it meets this, you know, what's in the ordinance, and we would recommend you apply a buffer zone here. And my vision, ideally, we wouldn't need them anywhere, but I do know that we have one service facility that is highly problematic. And I could imagine that if this passed, that we would probably start with one and see if we could improve the situation in that area around that service provider, similar to how we did with the pallet shelters. And the other thing I think is really important, and this has come up a few times, you know, in Julie Woolley's passionate statement around the services that we need, and I know everyone up here on the dais shares that we need more treatment and services here. Think about how hard it is to locate treatment and services. Every single time we try to build shelter or housing, the community around those programs tells us no. And the only reason we were able to get pallet shelters where they are was because of that buffer zone that's currently around there. We would not have 40 shelters without that area. And so none of this is ideal. Like there is no good solutions to a problem that's, you know, as broad as what we're dealing with right now. But we definitely need more facilities, and I'm not sure how we're going to locate any more facilities if we can't guarantee some protections around the neighboring areas of those facilities. So I think as we're thinking about how this might be applied, although I can only think of one service facility right now that I think absolutely needs one, I can think of, if we're trying to locate a shelter, probably staff recommending that we do one at that time too. So I'm putting that out there as part of the vision is to try to also add services to this community.
And then my last question was, over the course of time and review of different buffer zone, is there an end date to the buffer zones once they've been established?
Well, I think the ordinance is written that every 6 months they would be reviewed, and so then if the problems have been solved or we no longer need it, then it could be removed.
And they can be removed more quickly than that as well.
Okay, all right. Okay. And then, are we putting signage up? Remind me what we talked about a little bit of, any signage in the buffer zones to designate
Do you
those?
remember? I'm like, it's 10 o'clock, I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I do remember. I'm going to turn that back on. I do remember talking about signage. One of the concerns was, you know, how is somebody going to know that they're within the buffer zone? Not speaking for Public Works or facilities or anything like that, I think there are some strategic reasons not to do signage. The ordinance itself provides for the notice, so no enforcement can be taken without that notification to the person first. So there's personal notice, which is wearing my prosecutor hat, that's the best kind of notice. But then I can also entirely imagine a scenario where signage is much more appropriate, and so not having the requirement in the ordinance gives us a little bit of that flexibility depending on the sites.
Okay.
And certainly the nonprofit partners that, you know, if they are supportive and they want that kind of security buffer zone, that they too might have their own signage, or they may choose to like let everyone know, like we are a part of a, you know, service buffer zone. You're here to have services, you know, please be respectful of the neighborhood, you know, like they too might help with that.
Great. So I mean, as far as the notification to everybody, I don't know that plan, if that needs to be included in this or not. I don't know, might be just something on the,
Council Vice President, I would just recommend that, that the procedures would be developed by staff.
Okay.
And we could inform you guys of
Okay.
that too afterwards, rather than trying to
Right.
embed those into the policy.
Yeah.
And I think
that's fine.
this is definitely like an email in advance, not a news flash, because we want the news flash too, but you would want notice before that.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a council digest, or it's a separate email, or, you know, something like that, that's, gives you that earlier notice. And the global, we, probably not me, but we'll build out those procedures and let you guys know, assuming that it moves forward.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Zarlingo.
I guess I'm also interested in part in this, in time, in being ready to act on this as promptly as we need to. There are also high-impact locations provided for in this, and I've been hearing concerns from community members about some major retailers just leaving. We've had one do so as well. I'm concerned in particular about some disadvantaged areas and losing something like the Fred Meyer on Casino Road and creating a food desert where people, as I used to, walk down Casino Road to the grocery store and now not be able to do so. So I guess part of my perspective on this in terms of moving forward with these zones is that it will give us the flexibility to handle these things as best as we can as they come up, subject to the criteria that are there for the mayor. And that's kind of my point on timing.
We still have our amendment on the table.
So
Any other
patient over here.
questions or comments on the amendment?
Did have something additional to add.
Go ahead.
So to speak to what Julie had mentioned earlier, I think we both share the same goal of bringing people to services. So I agree that it's a little bit odd to say, you're outside of this service provider, but we need you to wait until we go to, or you need to go to this other service provider. But I'm seeing about it's included of the high impact areas, and it calls out retail stores specifically. So it's not necessarily about telling people to go to a different service provider. It's about these other areas that aren't surrounding a service provider and giving those people an option of a place to go if they're not allowed to sit or lie around a space that isn't occupied by a service provider. And as a reminder, as Mayor Franklin mentioned, that the original no sit, no lie was in conjunction with providing services, so this would be in parity with the original one that was passed. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments on the motion to amend? Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Councilmember Zarlingo?
No.
Councilmember Ryan?
Yes.
Councilmember Tui?
No.
Councilmember Fosse?
Yes.
Councilmember Schwab?
No.
Councilmember Vogely?
Yes.
President Stonecipher?
No. So we're back to the original motion, and I think you mentioned you had.
I do. I have another amendment. This amendment would add, I guess it would be in section 7, without a renewal by council, this ordinance sunsets on December 31st, 2025, and I'd be happy to speak to it if there is a second.
Second.
Thank you. So I feel that this broad authority should not be in effect in perpetuity, and if we're making meaningful progress towards addressing the street-level crimes that this ordinance is trying to address, then there won't be a need for this to be in effect in perpetuity. So having a sunset date and a review to look in on progress and how things are coming along seems completely reasonable to me. Thanks.
Any questions or comments on the motion to amend with the sunset clause? Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Councilmember Zarlingo?
No.
Councilmember Ryan?
Yes.
Councilmember Tui?
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse?
Yes.
Councilmember Schwab?
No.
Councilmember Vogely?
Yes.
President Stonecipher?
Yes. Motion, sunset clause is successful, but we're back to our main motion as amended now.
Thank you. I have one more. With the suggestion from the number of public comments that we've gotten, I'd like to make an amendment that we eliminate section 9.54.040 regarding no goods or services may be provided on city property within a service facility buffer zone without a permit.
Second.
Thank you. I think that the permit process, since it's not in place already, is putting an unnecessary burden on our permitting department. And additionally, it sounds like folks wouldn't abide by it anyways, so it feels like it's not something that would be effective or a good use of city resources. Thanks.
Any questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a
Councilmember Schwab.
question. Back to Tacoma. I know they're lot more experienced with these buffer zones. Do they have this language, you know, City of Tacoma? That's asking a lot. I know.
Their ordinance is quite robust. I don't believe that they do, but I don't want to hang my hat on that. And I would have to do some research to answer that fully.
I guess I just think about one of the reasons that we're bringing this tool to you is because we do have some service providers that, quite frankly, don't care about the trash or don't care about the businesses and haven't kind of shown respect to the neighborhood. And we also have had a magnet of drug dealers and people that are coming in and preying upon those that are, you know, in the services or, you know, outside of the service, just hanging out. And so those are the things that we're trying to protect the people from and the residents from. And so by then trying to create a permit that just kind of gives a little bit of a tool so we understand the motives, the responsibility of providing services on our street, that we as a city, it's our responsibility to ensure sanitation and safety and public health. And if we have providers that are coming in and disregard kind of what our duty is as government employees, as elected officials to do that, I think that's why the permit is something that would be necessary.
Also, this requirement really was first thought through and included into the Smith Street no sit no light ordinance because we had a number of people, we say service providers, but a lot of people who are just kind of loosely service providers, they were well-intentioned people, would just show up there willy-nilly and dump bundles of clothing down there for people who may or may not want it, who would show up on an irregular basis, passing out all sorts of things in it. So they weren't organizations. So when we say service providers, that kind of indicates something more organized and maybe more responsible than a lot of the what became a problem that we were trying to solve down at Smith Street. So the permit process allows us to bring some structure to that in a way that was missing at Smith Street, and it really was causing problems, even though the people were generally very well intentioned.
And we've learned a lot, right? The book, When Helping Hurts, the idea that we make assumptions that people know what they need, and sometimes that's not the case, that they know best what they need, and so that was a negative impact. And we do have stories where meat was being brought to people and it's raw and they had no barbecue, and then the meat just attracted maggots and rats, and that is a really unhealthy environment for people to live in. So we're trying to, you know, request that people think through some of those things maybe and think about the potential negative impacts as well.
Councilmember Zerlingo.
How am I getting in front of you on this?
No, sorry.
Julie, can you tell me about Julie, can you tell me about the cost and difficulty of getting this permit?
There was no cost to them getting a permit, so.
Okay, so then the use of the purpose of the permit is just to avoid troublesome activities that way then?
Well, or to educate, I mean, to make us aware of what services are being provided. Sometimes, you know, we look out the window and all of a sudden there's a line of people and distribution of something, and then we get a call and say what's going on, and we don't have any idea what's going on.
And by having a permit that is very easy to get, you then have the power to revoke the permit if they're acting irresponsibly.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm
Councilmember
confused.
Fossey?
The permit, I thought you said you were going to work on it. It doesn't actually exist yet?
Well, we use right now the right-of-way use permit, which is through our Public Works Department, and so future work would be to develop more of an outreach permit.
Okay. And are you saying that every one of these areas that would require, that the mayor would authorize to have a buffer zone has issues and problems resulting from people giving out food or water?
Not necessarily. And again, I mean, remember, this is a 2-block radius that we're asking people to come in and give an outreach permit. It doesn't say we're forbidding them from doing it. It means we're just asking them to work with us so that we know what they're trying to do, who they're trying to serve, how they're trying to serve them. It doesn't preclude them from doing it outside a buffer zone. We don't yet have that kind of rule that every single outreach provider has to have a service permit. Right now, we're just talking about it within the buffer zone.
Well, the way this is written actually ties them together. So everywhere that is going to get a buffer zone, whether they have a problem with people distributing food, if they're creating trash or if they're not creating trash, they're prohibited from doing it unless they get a permit. And it sounds like there's a lot of community members and not necessarily service providers that want to be that generous, kind neighbor. So I don't understand why these wouldn't be separate ordinances, not tied together.
I'm not entirely sure I understand the question.
Why in the buffer zone are you prohibiting, one, no sitting and no lying, and then also the distribution of goods and services?
David brought that up, that, you know, what we saw in Smith Avenue was a lot of,
Yes, but you also just clarified that not every single place that would likely be designated as a buffer zone has that issue. So there could be people that were expressing generosity and taking care of their neighbors that should not be subject necessarily to this prohibition.
I think that gets to the enforcement. One of the things that our officers do is they use judgment. And so if there's a buffer zone in place and somebody hands somebody a bottle of water, our officers are not going to cite that person if it hasn't become this problem. I think it's there for the officers to use as a tool to address problematic behavior. We have hundreds of ordinances that are in effect at any given time, and they're not all enforced at all the time because they're not necessary. They're only necessary when there's negative behavior that's causing challenges in the community. And so I think that is it would be enforced as needed, like all the other ordinances that we have on the books.
Yes, but this one doesn't actually go before council for a vote to actually decide these. It's a broad sweeping authority. So I support the amendment for removing that section, and then possibly, if you're interested in having that as a tool in the future, bring it forward as a separate ordinance.
Speak to the amendment real quick. I was able to clarify, thanks to the power of technology, that the Tacoma ordinance does not speak to the service providers. I think the reason for that, without putting words into anybody in Tacoma's mouths, is that their ordinance is much more traditionally a camping ordinance, and it makes a 10-block buffer zone around one of their shelters, in addition to like riparian areas and that sort of thing.
It's around one area?
Yeah, I think so. Again, I was just reading it off my phone, and I don't remember if it's just. Sorry, I wasn't.
I just looked it up. It's 9 shelters.
9 shelters, thank you.
And when they're proposing one more.
Any other questions or comments on the amendment? Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Councilmember Zarlingo.
No.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Councilmember Tui.
No.
Councilmember Fosse.
Yes.
Councilmember Schwab.
No.
Councilmember Vogely.
Yes.
President Stonecipher.
No. Ordinance fails. Amendment fails. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Fosse.
If y'all don't do it, I'll go.
Okay. I'm going to reject this ordinance at this time as it's currently written. I recognize the city administration, this is complex issues, and we are looking at dealing with the impacts around our current service providers, potential future ones, but the way this is written is much too vague and granting of authority. I've heard it's only a couple of sites, then I heard it's like one site in particular that you're thinking of. If that's the case, why are we doing a broad sweeping authority for the mayor to have without council vote on sites? Why wouldn't we just be looking at a site like we did with the Smith Avenue area? So it just, seems to remove council involvement out of the individual sites and way too broad sweeping of authority. It could open up large segments of our city, and that would just be at the discretion of the mayor in the mayor's office, and mayor's change. So this policy just gives way too broad of authority in making policy decisions about individual sites without the vote of the council, which is the legislative body of the city. So I don't even need to talk about the ethics. I don't need to talk about the morality or the effectiveness or the need for it, because I'm not talking about individual specific like site and boundaries of a particular area, or the issue of like there is incidences here in particular, or just generally people's issues for or against no sit or no lie policies. Because to explain my vote, just the way this is written, it's about the balance of power. So if this policy does pass, I'd hope that the mayor and your administration would bring forward specific sites or site that you have evaluated as being kind of that one that you want us to look at and evaluate and address, and bring forward that data, stakeholder it, make your case for the council to evaluate that, just like you did with the Smith Avenue area, and we will be able to evaluate based on its merits and that individual request. So that's why I'm going to be a no specifically on this policy.
Thank you. Councilmember Oakley. I would like to bring forward some words from people that are experiencing homelessness right now. Kimberly, her birthday was yesterday. In regards to the buffer zone, she was very adamant that you become homeless almost instantaneously sometimes. And so she said that people need to be able to educate the newly homeless folks, and not necessarily the service providers, but homeless to homeless, because if there is a buffer zone, it pushes people further out and it's more difficult to find those in need. When there were many people on Smith Avenue, at least you could locate them. And the city would clean up 3 times a week. I don't know if it was 3 times a week, but now there's trash everywhere, plus more trash is created with constant sweeps. People constantly need new tents, new blankets, new clothes, etc. So the more you sweep, the more the people get out there and give, the more trash there is. And she, by the way, is working on something that, a cleanup thing, but okay, that's on the next page. Janelle, she didn't know that I am who I am. And she was very salty against government, and I appreciated that. And she states that we are not the problem. The problem is lack of housing and services. Do you know how embarrassing it is to have to meet your grandkids on the corner because you don't have a house? The city has taken away garbage cans. Where are we supposed to put our garbage? People cut off the restrooms. People cut off the use of restrooms or won't allow them because people might be doing drugs. Well, if I gotta go to the bathroom, I darn well will kick that drug user out. And then Lily, people have basic human needs, and those needs should be rights. We've all got to sleep, eat, and poop. And nobody wants to poop in your driveway or on the freeway entrance next to the Welcome to Everett sign. Yeah, I saw that. That was interesting. So those are only a few of the people that didn't speak here today, but, and also, can you imagine having gangrene in your leg and then having to get that leg cut off below the knee, and living in a car with your partner and your sister that you just rescued from domestic violence with her 7 dogs and your 2 dogs, and you have no leg now and you can't get housing they had a week of hotel stay, but that none of them can keep it clean. So these are the people that we're talking about, and even though they're not here tonight, they do have opinions, and they do know that people need help, and they're willing to help each other, and they do. They give the shirts off their backs. And I know that we're talking a lot about safety and our children, our poor children. And as a parent, I would want my child to know that there are people willing to help others in need. I want my child to know that if grandma's disability got so severe it caused her to need outside support, that support would be available and she wouldn't need to live on the streets. I would want support for my child who as a teenager might run away for whatever reason. As a parent, I want kids to know that people are people no matter how small, and that people deserve support, and that jail does not provide that support. I want my kids to know that people aren't scary. People might be angry, afraid, depressed, or hallucinating, but they are people first, and listening to them and speaking their language are key in communication. As a business owner, I would want my storefront to be clean and inviting. I would want customers to know they could peruse my product during any business hour. Putting people in jail or even telling them to move on doesn't actually solve the problem. Okay. And then, of course, the safety of the users. The people who are using, they're not necessarily aware of what's going on right now. And another person, and I might cry now, she was one of the gals that OD'd on Broadway at the Lombard House that you probably know of, Coet. She didn't die that night. And so I was able to give her a really big hug. And she's still alive. And hopefully maybe that hug will be that one thing. She didn't go to jail. So this is about people. And I do not support putting buffer zones and pushing people away from each other.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Zerlingo.
Well, I'd like to thank everybody who's come to talk to us and those who've written. As disheartening as some of these problems have been in recent years, especially the trajectory of them, I'm heartened by the fact that we've got a lot of people in the community who care. People agree or disagree with each other, but there's clearly compassion here, clearly an enthusiasm for doing more in a bunch of different ways. I'd like to thank Mayor Franklin and her administration for their work on this, a solution that has at its heart an effort to move more people to treatment. I'll note specifically her and her team's work with other mayors and other communities to foster a broader look at the problems and a more consistent solutions while also responding to the specific needs of our community. As some people have commented, they're going to be different with things like the jail and the major hospital here, different than other communities. But what I fear is that if we don't do more, too many people with addiction will engage with helpers largely to the extent that enables their current path, potentially leaving them stuck where they're at. I'm not satisfied with the status quo. And I want to express a willingness to revisit these measures, as I suspect we will. I think we're doing the best we can, but we know that our knowledge and perspective is imperfect, and people will be people, and we will respond appropriately. What I'm not willing to do is to defer and delay taking action on these challenges and the problems that have been so thoroughly and compellingly presented to us this evening. So I do plan to vote for this ordinance.
Thank you. Councilmember Ryan.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to share a reminder that sometimes when you're seeing a person sleeping during the daytime in a park on a bench or whatnot, it's because they've literally been up all night because they don't want to fall asleep under the cover of darkness and be victimized. So if you see somebody sleeping during the day, it's because they're getting rest because they've been up all night to not go through the trauma of being hurt. Sure, the Smith Ave No Sit No Lie helped the businesses nearby, but it was at the expense of the neighboring businesses and residences nearby. Anyone who's worked with people experiencing homelessness knows how detrimental the first No Sit No Lie was to help people who were living unsheltered. the connections that they made, any progress that they made as trusted messengers, any progress that they made to help connect people to services vanished the night that those camps were dispersed. But here's what didn't vanish: the people, the human beings, the ones that were living along Smith with literally nowhere else to go. They were pushed further away from the very services that could have helped them on their journey towards stability, and I'll be voting no tonight.
Thank you. Other council questions or comments?
Yeah,
Councilmember Schwab.
I'll be shorter than the last time. I guess I'm just going to bring up one important point, and whether you could disagree or not, I'm going to be proposing and supporting treatment and housing in neighborhoods that aren't going to be very popular. So I would like this tool to use as to reassure those neighborhoods that if needed, that the city will have the tools to keep the neighborhood safe and quiet.
Vice President Tui.
Yeah, again, we know this is not the fix at all. It does help a little bit in balancing impacts to certain areas. I think about the Salvation Army that had a feeding program not far from downtown, right on Rucker. They closed. It's been a couple years because it was so violent and they couldn't get their volunteers to work there. That's what we do not want. They were doing the right thing, but it just was too violent. So if we can help mitigate some of that around these great service areas, I think we need to try that. I would like to see that this is a minimal action, that we do not have, 8 of these. Maybe we have 1, 2 if we count the one that we already have. But I think that this could help build that balance, and especially in areas that really feel hard hit right now. And I know that we do have some. So, I will support this, but I hope that it is minimal usage and that we evaluate it and for its effectiveness, but hopefully we'll prevent any of those bad situations that the service providers might have. Thank you.
Councilmember Zarlingo.
Specific to Councilmember Schwab's comment, he was stranded at an airport one evening and called me, and I attended a community meeting for one of the shelters, the shelter that was planned in his district. And I can say very specifically the neighbors had concerns. And I think the best thing we can do is provide some practical solutions to that. I think, as Mayor Franklin has said, a critical element in our being able to provide some of this shelter and some of these services is to make it something that the neighborhoods can live with and hopefully feel positive about. But that's part of the reason I support this, is that I think it's an enabling technique for us. It's not intended to be, and I don't think our first responders will turn it into anything pointedly punitive. My experience with them has been that their first response has always been compassion, as much as they can possibly do, even in cases where, in one case at a ride-along where someone was not all that much in distress, but the officer I was with sensed some things out of balance and spent 20 minutes talking to a woman who did not have a place to go. Would never have known that. I wouldn't have known that. So I think we have extraordinarily good department, good staff on the first responders, and I want to give them the tools that they need, and I'd like to give those of us representing some of our districts the ability to work with neighbors to help convince them to allow some of these facilities there.
Councilmember Fossey.
I have a couple technical questions. Do we know how many potential sites, like the number that this could possibly impact? Do you guys have like a number or a range? It's just anything that falls within that is subject
So right
to
now, it's
potential-
any shelter or service provider we could implement one, but the staff would recommend where they're needed. They
Yeah.
wouldn't just automatically be implemented. And then there would be a threshold at some point where we'd reach the legal limit of how many we could have. So we couldn't have them all across the city because we would be designated too broad of areas, a buffer zone, and that would get to where, it's inhumane. And so people need a place to sit and lie down. All of our social workers know that and help them with that. And so it's really supposed to be targeted at a few problem areas, not all across the city.
Yeah, my concern is that is our current intention, and that we do have a change of that role, and it's not always going to be necessarily somebody with the best intentions and the same intentions in that place. And currently, it does state that these remain effective until revoked by the mayor. And this circumvents the council's approval vote of anything that's designated. Is there anything in here about data, like collection or review or reports annually or anything like that coming back to council specifically, like an annual effectiveness or anything like that?
There is that review every 6 months by mayor and administration staff, so at least every 6 months. That's internal, so it doesn't speak to your question exactly. But
It says specifically review each designated qualifying high-impact location at least every 6 months. Review it for what?
I
Whether-
think the intent is effectiveness. Should it continue? Does it need to be removed? If the problem has dissipated and we feel like it's not necessary anymore, that's what the review would be for. And I mentioned, building out procedures, I think, along with, well, I don't know, I think we could probably sort of, as we move forward, look at, that review will have to look at data, so there's no reason why that couldn't be shared with
Yeah,
council
there's no
after
reason
that.
why we wouldn't want to share that with you.
So, Council President, just a reminder that an ordinance is not forever. The ordinance exists as long as council wants it to exist, and if it ends up being used in a way that you don't approve of, or having effects that you don't approve of, you can amend the ordinance. You can take this authority away from the mayor. So this is not set in
Well,
stone
just
for all
remind everyone
eternity.
that we did pass the
And it
amendment that
al-
it
it
sunsets.
also
Yeah,
sunsets
it's
in just over 2
sunsetting on
years, so,
December
yeah.
31st
So,
of 2025.
my final question here is, it repeatedly says that the mayor shall have authority from time to time to designate in writing. The mayor shall have authority from time to time to designate in writing for more specific addresses. What is the legal reasoning behind that language, from time to time?
You can eliminate the phrase from time to time, and it would say the same thing. I don't think there was a specific legal intent.
Okay. All right, that's the last of my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vogely?
Mr. Hall, could you remind us when a council approves an ordinance and then somebody wants to get it changed, is there a time limit? Like, I think it's 6 months or 2 years, which are two completely different things, and/or it must be a person who voted yes must then bring it forward as a no?
In your council procedures, you have a motion for reconsideration. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mike?
It's there now.
Were you whispering at me?
Microphone.
I think I just wasn't talking very loudly. Your procedures, I believe, set forth a process for reconsideration that requires somebody who voted yes to bring forward at no later than the following meeting, a motion for reconsideration. Now, obviously, council can amend its own ordinance at any time in the future, and there's that kind of gray area between when should it have been done by a motion for reconsideration if it's too soon, right? But obviously, not bringing forth a motion for reconsideration doesn't lock you in forever. And I don't think that's something that the council has ever worked through in their own procedures, and it's certainly not addressed in the charter.
I'm just remembering the marijuana ordinance. But I wasn't on council when it was, whatever. Okay, history.
Well, I have a couple questions. One of the speakers had talked about a restriction of using Narcan. And I'm just curious, I didn't see any of that in the ordinance, so I was just a little bit confused about that comment. Lacey, can you help?
Yeah, there's nothing in the ordinance that would prevent somebody from providing life-saving measures, including Narcan. And in fact, I think that the ability to use Narcan is now enshrined in state law.
Okay, good, thank you. And then I also had kind of a question about how the public would learn about the ordinances, but it sounds like we will have something a little that would help people understand what was going on. I would like to propose that the citing of a buffer zone would go through our Safe Community Committee before it's coming, once the mayor kind of identifies one, bring it to the committee, the next committee meeting, and say, hey, this is what we're looking at, and here's why. It would be kind of helpful and I think a good use of our committee, so not to be put into the ordinance, but, or to the resolution, but just something I think that could be a helpful use. And then for my comments, I would say, we recently were looking at using a church for a shelter, and there was a ton of public opposition to that. And in large part because they were worried about the spillover effects of having that facility there. And so if we don't sort of address those public concerns, we will never get to cite anything in this community. And I think that this is one of those things that I agree. I think the buffer zones actually do spill people out into other areas because they are out. But it does dissipate people from a concentrated area. And those are the kinds of things that I think can be helpful to be kind of a good neighbor when we have these facilities cited. And so I will support this. It strikes me that we need to have a more comprehensive approach to citing facilities because we do need more shelters. And I would say, we should have a 5-district approach. We should say to our community, we are going to cite 5 shelters, 1 in each district, and that's how we're going to solve this problem, so that no one can say put it in that district or that other district, but it's going to go in everybody's neighborhood. And if we were to approach it in that way and everyone had to just deal with it, I think we would probably make a little bit more headway so that we wouldn't have people saying, give it to this other district. So I'm calling for a 5-district approach to shelter.
Would you like to turn that into a motion?
We will talk about that at our Safe Community Committee. And so I'll just ask if there are any last questions or comments before we take the roll. I'll remind you that what we have on the table is the resolution as amended. Is it a resolution? It's an ordinance. I'm sorry. The ordinance as amended, and then as further amended to have the sunset clause in December of 2025. Any questions or comments? Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Zerlingo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan.
No.
Councilmember Tui.
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse.
No.
Councilmember Schwab.
Yes.
Councilmember Vogely.
No.
President Stonesifer.
Yes. And now we come to the end of our agenda finally. It's a
Council
marathon.
President,
We have
do
one
have
more
one
item. Thank you.
item that we discussed in executive session. and
Yes, thank you.
That's very simple, straightforward. We are hoping that you will ask for a motion to authorize the mayor to execute a settlement of a tort claim by Luann Eslick in the amount of $73,778.40. This arises from a water main break near Ms. Eslick's home in the Eastmont neighborhood on 31st Avenue near the intersection with 100th. We've had our adjuster look in detail at the damages claimed and feel that that amount is a fair and accurate amount.
Do I hear a motion to approve the settlement?
So moved.
Seconded.
And any questions or comments? Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Zerlingo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Councilmember Tui.
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse.
Yes.
Councilmember Schwab.
Yes.
Councilmember Vogely.
Yes.
President Stonesifer.
Yes, and thank you to all of our residents who hung out with us for a long time tonight. With no further business, we are now adjourned.